Everyone. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Washington State Transportation Commission's AV Work Group Executive Committee meeting. I'm Jim Restucci, Commissioner with the State Transportation Commission and your chair. Shiv, would you introduce yourself?
Yeah, Shiv Batra, and I'm glad and the privilege to serve as the vice chair of the committee.
Thank you. Sean, would you go ahead and do a roll call, please? Or Sully?
Yeah, I'm actually I'll do the roll call. I'm just gonna go ahead and read through the list of attendees, and you can just go ahead and, say if you're present, and we can move on. I've got Jim Restucci.
Here.
Shiv Batra.
Here.
Senator Joe Nguyen. Senator Mona Das.
Sully, your audio seems to be fading out.
How about now? How does that sound?
That's much better.
Senator Curtis King. I have a few people trickling in here. Senator Ann Rivers. Zach Hudgens. Representative Shelley Kloba. Representative Mary Dye. Representative Matt Banky. John Batiste. Mike Kreidler. Bo Perschbacher.
Here.
Awesome, thank you. We've got Ted Bailey.
Here.
Debbie Driver.
Here.
Joel Sachs. Laura Johnson.
Here.
Susan Levine. Jim Weaver. Pam Pancook. Dr. Yinhai Wang.
Yes, here.
Justin Layton.
Present.
Tom. Oh, awesome. Thank you. Tom Alberg. Kelly Rula.
Here.
Thank you. Kurt Augustine.
Here.
Brenda Weist. Todd O'Brien.
Here.
Jessica Ramirez. Brian Mistelli.
Here.
Thank you. John Milbroth.
Here.
Bryce Yadan.
Here.
Thank you. Ariel Wolf.
Here.
Ariel, why don't you?
Gordon.
Go ahead and finish, and then Ariel will come right back to you. Go ahead.
Oh, perfect. Steve Gordon. Annabelle Chang.
Here.
And then Anna Zevarts.
Here.
Great.
Okay, folks, hold on just a sec. I need to determine whether or not we have a quorum. Okay. I count 17. Can you check my numbers? That would leave us one shy of a quorum.
Mr. Chair, I understand Representative Kloba will be joining late. So that will be one additional that will be joining us here shortly.
Okay.
I count 18, Jim.
Okay. So I'm off by one. Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, we've determined that we do have a quorum to conduct the meeting. We'll go ahead and continue. The next item, Scott, are you in here right now? I saw, he texted us. I wasn't sure if he was here yet or not. Scott Shogun, you there?
Jim, yeah, apologies. Yes, I am.
Sorry, Scott. Okay. Did you want to say something, Scott, at the beginning of this?
No, I think we can just get rolling in.
Okay, all right. So moving on to the next item on the agenda, which
Mr. Chair, can we have Ariel introduce himself, please? And
Oh,
then
I'm so sorry. Yes, we kept on trying to come back. I apologize. Ariel, please, you have the floor. Introduce yourself.
That's all right. Thank you so much, everyone, for the opportunity. Just a brief introduction. Ariel Wolf. I'm a partner at Venable LLP in DC, but I'm here in my capacity as General Counsel to the Self-Driving Coalition for Safer Streets, which is an organization comprised of 15 of the leading autonomous vehicle companies dedicated to the deployment, the safe and swift deployment of fully autonomous vehicles. And I look forward very much to participating in this work group and all of the activities. And really, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We appreciate having you here. I understand that Representative Jake Fye has joined us, the chair of the House Transportation Committee. Welcome, Representative Fye. Didn't know if you wanted to introduce himself or. Okay.
Yep, I'm here. Thank you very much for doing this work.
Thank you, sir. Okay, moving on to the next item, which is the legislative update. Rima?
I think we're gonna walk through just a quick introduction to Zoom webinar. There are a few differences between executive committee members and presenter permissions for the webinar versus attendees. So for all executive committee members and presenters, you do have the ability to mute and unmute yourself, but just a friendly reminder to please stay on mute unless you're wishing to speak. We do encourage you to turn your video on, especially during discussion periods. You can also use the chat box to communicate with panelists, meeting hosts, committee members, and presenters. You do also have the ability to send a chat to all attendees, but we ask you just not to use this feature. Just chat with the panelists, meeting hosts, committee members, and presenters. You should have all of these controls usually at the bottom of your screen in Zoom. It also might be on the top or the sides of your screen. And then during discussion and Q&A periods, we ask that you physically raise your hand on your video, or you can also pose a question in the chat box. You're not going to have the raise hand feature, but you can also drop any questions in the Q&A box. But if you can't figure out either of those, just a physical raise of the hand or using the chat is your best bet. And then for all other attendees, you will be muted with no video capabilities. The chat feature is also disabled, but you can use the raise hand feature as an attendee, and you can request to be unmuted, and either myself or Sean Long can unmute you so you can speak. You can also use the Q&A box to pose questions. We'll be monitoring that, especially during the Q&A sections when we're having discussion during the presentations. For folks that are calling in today, you can also still access the Q&A box if you're viewing the presentation online. If you press *6, you can mute and unmute. And again, we just ask if you're not speaking, you ensure that your line is muted. And then you can also raise your hand by pressing *9 if you're calling in via cell phone today. And that should be it. Hopefully we're all familiar with Zoom and ready to go, but let us know if you have any questions. You can message Sean Long or I, and we can help you troubleshoot any technical issues you come across. Thank you.
Thank you, Sully. Okay, so now we'll go ahead and move on to the legislative update with Rima Griffith, Executive Director of the Washington State Transportation Commission. Rima?
Thanks, Jim. Great to at least electronically see everybody virtually. Glad we made it out of session. This group did quite well during session. I'm happy to announce that the legislature kept our budget intact for this effort. So that will carry us through June 30 of 2023, noting that this group does sunset in December of 23. So we'll have about 6 months of funding needed to wrap things up. But this was a really important accomplishment by itself, considering the budget constraints that the legislature was facing this session. as a result of the pandemic and other challenges. So really, really happy that they were able to maintain the funding and keep this important work going. On the legislative side, Substitute Senate Bill 5460, as you know, I emailed everybody, passed. That was a bill sponsored by Senator Wynn, signed by the governor on May 3rd. And it carried forward a few of the work group's recommendations, particularly or specifically, it establishes a definition of AVs as vehicles with an SAE automation level of 4 and 5 that does not involve any input or assistance from a human operator. And it repeals the ban on using a TV screen during vehicle operation, which will help facilitate AV testing. It does not change, though, any or impact the current destructive driving laws, different chapter of law. So there was some provisions in the original bill as it started that also gave the Department of Licensing rulemaking. That was removed in the Senate. And so it advanced with the absent that provision, but I think further discussions will continue on that, as well as other recommendations that came from the work group, maybe for future legislation. Also of note, Senate Bill 5062, the Washington Privacy Act, came up again for the 3rd year in a row. This version of the act sought to address the processing of personal data by the private sector and for public health emergencies in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. It applied to legal entities in Washington that controlled or processed data of 100,000 or more Washingtonians and derived over 25% of the revenues from the sale of that personal data. And the bill would give consumers explicit rights over the use of their personal data. The bill ended up stuck in committee and did not pass, of course. So it will continue to be debated, we assume, in the 2022 legislative session, but does have direct impact to the work of this group, and of course will impact ultimately the operation of autonomous vehicles in Washington state. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Rima. Questions or comments for Rima? If you do have questions, please speak up because I can't see all of you at once. I think they're letting you off easy, Rima. Thank you so much for your presentation.
You bet.
Okay, moving on. The University of Washington AV National Research Update. We have the University of Washington Technology and Policy Public Policy Clinic students, Kristen Moran, Daniel Ballesteros, Dylan Harlow, Savannah McKinnon, Lorena Lung, and Mason Hudden. Welcome.
If it's okay, as the director of the clinic, I just wanted to make a few introductory remarks.
By all means, Professor.
Okay, I'm Professor Bill Covington. I direct the Technology, Law, and Public Policy Clinic at the University of Washington Law School. We're a project-based clinic made up of 2nd and 3rd year law students and students seeking a Master's of Jurisprudence or advanced degree. We're divided into teams and look at issues where high tech and public policy converge. One of our areas of long-term interest has been connected and autonomous vehicles. I've had teams working for the last several years on issues ranging from licensing through testing. Over the last few years, we've been looking at what other states are doing in the area of CAV policy and what trends are emerging. Today, we'll share our recent findings, but before we start, I just wanted to acknowledge Rima Griffith and thank her for her ongoing support. Our team leaders for the CAV policy team are Mason Hudden and Dylan Harlow. I will turn the presentation over to them.
Thank you, sir.
All right, good morning. Thank you so much for having us here. I'm just going to share my screen here just to make sure that we get our presentation in order. Unfortunately, I'm not able to share my screen, though. I would need that enabled, and I'm not sure if somebody can do that for me.
Sully, can we take care of that?
Yes, let me take a look at that. Mason, I'm just going to go ahead and make you a co-host temporarily, and that should allow you to share your screen, I believe.
Great, no problem. Thank you. Great. Can everyone see the slide pretty well there?
Real quick, I'd like to recognize Representative Matt Benke. He's joined us, so welcome, Representative Benke.
Thanks,
ahead.
Jim. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, sir.
Great. With that, I'll get started here. So good morning, and thanks so much for being here today. My name is Mason Hudon, and along with my colleagues Dan Ballesteros, Kristen Moran, Savannah McKinnon, Lorena Lung, and Dylan Harlow, I'm here to present to you the findings of the University of Washington School of Law's Connected and Autonomous Vehicles Research Group, a section of the University of Washington's Technology Law and Public Policy Clinic, as you were told by our professor. Dan, Kristen, Savannah, and I are all second-year students at the University of Washington. Dylan is a third-year student, and Lorena is a Master of Jurisprudence student in her final year. We're extremely excited to present to the AV work group today, and thank you again so much for having us today. We really do appreciate it, and this was a fantastic experience for all of us throughout the year to research and to understand better how CAV legislation and regulation is really going on throughout the nation. Please feel free to ask questions at the end of the presentation. We should have ample time for that. So as you can see here, we're going to cover multiple topics from platooning to nationwide themes and partnerships during our presentation. We'll also discuss potential suggestions for the state of Washington as it seeks to further engage itself in the CAV space, given our research and current legal competencies. I'd like to begin just by mentioning as well that this project has been divided into three main projects. So there's a research paper that covers the topics we're going to discuss today in depth with full citations for your convenience. That paper is really meant to supplement today's information and provide you with a concrete document that even further advances our points and research and may offer the Washington State Transportation Commission and the AV work group a tangible informational guidance document moving forward. We plan to have that completed by June 7th or June 8th, and we'll be furnishing that over to Miss Rima Griffith, and anybody else who would like a copy can request one as well. The second part of that project is the current report we're giving you today, and the last part is an online public database, but I'm going to leave that to Dylan and Lorena to explain a little bit more in depth in just a moment. So we developed our areas of research in collaboration with Ms. Rima Griffith. We decided to focus on 8 key research areas as we surveyed a selection of states across the nation. These include statutory definitions, commercial governmental partnerships, statutory fee structuring for autonomous vehicle testing, statutory fee structuring for insurance for autonomous vehicle testing, platooning development, impact on rideshare and delivery markets, local investment in infrastructure, and weather-related concerns associated with autonomous vehicle testing. And as a team, we reviewed a variety of documents from different sources to ascertain really the clearest possible picture as to the current state of CAV regulation, legislation, and testing within the United States. Statutes were, of course, the most important source of our research, but we also found critical information in press releases, news reports, and notices of proposed rulemaking and associated comments. For the majority of the states we'll be covering today, we also got in contact with relevant state Department of Transportations and Department of Motor Vehicles and spoke with individuals there that were involved in CAV testing and legislation within their respective states. Their input was unique and for certain states granted significant insight into the policy considerations behind the current status of legislation and testing. We focused on 8 states for our research, ranging from states that have chosen to loosely regulate CAV testing within their borders to states that have elected to ensure strong regulatory limits on testers and operators in their regions. The states that we decided on were Arizona, California, Florida, Michigan, New York, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Texas. And you'll see that Washington is also starred, of course, because we focused on researching just kind of suggestions as well for Washington, and we'll get to that at the very end of our presentation. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Dylan Harlow, and I think Lorena Lung I think she's in participant status right now, and she may not be able to actually talk. So I don't know if she has the presenter ability, so it may all be up to Dylan today, but we'll figure that out. But they're going to talk to you a little bit about the database we've been developing.
I'll be fine.
Excuse me?
Oh, yeah, totally.
Okay. So yeah, with that, I'm going to pass it off to Dylan Harlow to talk about the database.
Hey, thanks, Mason. As Mason said, I'm Dylan Harlow. I'm just going to talk generally about what we're trying to accomplish here with this database. So over the past 2 academic school years, the CAV team here at the UW Tech Clinic has been reaching out to state representatives, regulators, other government officials in all 50 states and DC in an attempt to gather as much information as possible on the state of autonomous vehicle regulation across the country in 13 different categories of information. And this information, combined, of course, with vast amounts of online research, along with links to our white paper and related links and resources, we hope to be able to consolidate all of it into an online, publicly accessible database hosted on the uw.edu domain. And over the past several months, we've been working with 3 software development interns in designing this database. And we hope to be able to make this database publicly available on the University of Washington's website this summer. And I think Lorena's having technical difficulties. So Mason, if you just go ahead to the next slide, I'll briefly cover what she was planning to talk about. So this is some early screenshots of a prototype, an alpha prototype of our website, and it kind of just generally shows what we're trying to do with it. There's an example of what Washington would look like, and some of the categories of information that we've been collecting and doing research on. And we hope to be able to allow users to select the different states that they want to view and the different categories that they want to view, and create something of a side-by-side comparison on demand. As you can see on the far right screenshot, there's several different checkboxes, and those categories of information will hopefully draw from a backend that will then populate the website with most of the research that we've done. And there, of course, will be sections on the website where we have related links, different citations to all the different areas that we've been doing research in. And we hope to have it be completely mobile compatible, so you can look at it on your phone. And this website, the main goal of it is for it to be a living and breathing document that gets updated through time and has kind of a history of all the updates that this clinic does moving forward. So as the clinic brings in new students and as it goes through the years, we hope to be able to pass it down and continue to have it up to date and maintained. And with that, I will move on to the next slide here. And I'm going to talk a little bit about platooning. And this is kind of the first substantive portion of our presentation. And I wanted to talk about a few different states that we've been doing research in when it comes to platooning. And the first is Arizona. And in Arizona, commercial companies are allowed to test platooning on public and private roads under Arizona law, with companies like Otto, Waymo, Peloton all conducting significant testing on Arizona roads where the weather is generally good and the roads are generally flat. The California Path Partnership, which I'll get a little bit more into detail here in a second, also uses Arizona roads for those same reasons, the flatness and the generally good weather. In California, the Path Partnership is a joint effort between UC Berkeley, the Federal Highway Administration, Volvo, and the California Department of Transportation. And phase 1 took place on both private test tracks and public roads, and was in a lot of ways an initial proposal for more funding, which ended up being granted. This second phase of funding ended up being granted in July of last year. So the partnership is now in the process of selecting more test partners. And the main goal of this second phase is to answer a number of questions like, what are human factors that are impacting platooning? How are the road users' behavior impacting the presence of platooning? How did the gaps between trucks in the platooning groups affect things like operating costs, vehicle maintenance, mobility and travel time? And what are the risks of increasing or lowering the distance between trucks in a platooning group? What are the benefits of truck platooning to the fleet owners themselves? And of course, what are policy, operational, and safety impacts of truck platooning generally? So that's the California Path Partnership. In Texas, there's a substantially looser regulatory scheme for platooning than pretty much any other state, with connected braking systems being the main codified element of regulation under Texas statute. And this loose regulatory scheme is something that companies obviously really like. It has attracted significant interest from companies wishing to test their platooning systems without a lot of government involvement. And some of these companies include Tesla, Peloton, Locomotion. The US Army has a pilot program there, Navistar, Bendix, Denso, and then several other companies have indicated interest in moving their platooning testing to Texas. And with that, I will pass it to Dan, who's going to talk about ride sharing and delivery.
Thank you, Dylan. I'm Dan. I'll talk to you about rideshare. So in Florida, the legislature provides for on-demand autonomous vehicle networks, but rather than creating a new statutory framework, the legislation states that on-demand autonomous vehicle networks are to be governed by the same laws as transportation network companies. In Florida, an on-demand autonomous vehicle network called Voyage is in operation in the Villages, which is a retirement community. But it's a retirement community whose population is larger than 31 of the 67 counties in Florida. The area has 750 miles of roads and 125,000 residents. Arizona has extremely similar framework in place, and they have Waymo One operating in the East Valley of Phoenix, and it is currently open to the public. In Michigan, the legislation leaves the water murkier. On the one hand, Michigan has the SAVE project, the Safe Autonomous Vehicle. It provides the framework for recognized motor vehicle manufacturers to operate a network. The certification requirements are clear. But on the other hand, non-manufacturers can operate a network if a manufacturer supplies or controls the vehicles. But this would not be governed by the SAFE framework. And because Michigan does not have any on-demand autonomous vehicle networks in the works, it is still unclear the exact framework to use for non-manufacturers. Nevada has robust legislation that clearly lays out the requirements for a permit. The permit requires $1.5 million per accident in insurance, and an application that includes the general description of the types of services to be done, the technology to be used, and the qualifications of the personnel. Nevada also charges a fee on a sliding scale. If the fleet is under 100 vehicles, the fee is $6,000. The seventh and final level is a fleet of 7,000 vehicles, and that would be a fee of $500,000. Since 2018, a partnership between Lyft and Motional have offered rides in Las Vegas with a safety driver. Recently, Las Vegas approved a plan by Motional to launch a fleet without any safety drivers. And this project is likely to appear in 2022. Next slide, Mason. In New York, there's no statutory language providing for autonomous delivery robots. This is viewed as New York not allowing them. For example, in November of 2019, FedEx started operating delivery robots without permission. New York City quickly sent a cease and desist letter to FedEx, and Mayor de Blasio spoke out against the practice as taking jobs away from New Yorkers and clogging up the streets. The state did not voice a separate opinion from de Blasio. In Michigan, there's also no statutory framework for delivery robots, but they are in operation with the state's knowledge. Companies are largely treating them as e-bikes, but no state agency has approved this interpretation. Most action is happening in Ann Arbor, and companies work with local law enforcement to ensure safety. The main company is Refraction, which picks up from restaurants, pharmacies, and grocery stores. The robots generally use the bike lanes and shoulders of the road, but also operate in car lanes. The last legislative session proposed 2 bills, and they are likely to be reintroduced this session. One would require the robots to only travel on sidewalks, and the other would have allowed the robots to travel on either the sidewalk or the street. Finally, Pennsylvania has explicit legislation. The legislation regulates maximum speed, dimensions, and weight. The maximum speed is 12 miles an hour in pedestrian areas and 25 miles an hour on roadways. The state also gives municipalities sovereign immunity to protect them against liability from not altering streets and sidewalks to better accommodate the delivery robots. Generally, municipalities cannot regulate the operations, but there are narrow exceptions for safety. And one thing to note is that Florida looks like they are very likely about to pass a very similar legislation. Next slide, Mason. To regulate effectively, states must define terms. In the interest of time, we're going to just look at one case study today, and that'll be operator. In Arizona, a human driver and the autonomous vehicle system are defined separately. As a result, in other statutes and regulations, it is clear who needs to be in control of the vehicle. This is apparent when the statutes and regulations refer to the vehicle as engaging the fully autonomous mode versus when it is not. California does not have language that suggests the autonomous vehicle system can be the operator. Instead, it has two definitions. The first is the driver, which is a natural person controlling the vehicle when it is not in autonomous mode. And the second is the remote vehicle operator, who must be trained and able to deal with a variety of traffic situations from outside the vehicle when the vehicle is in autonomous mode. Finally, in Florida, an autonomous vehicle that is not fully autonomous requires an operator, defined as a licensed driver who can take over the wheel in an emergency. However, for fully autonomous vehicles, the autonomous vehicle's operator is defined as the autonomous system. And with that, I will pass it back to Mason.
Hello again, everybody. So like with many of the other kind of subjects that we've talked about today, the structuring of fees for autonomous vehicle testing throughout the United States varies widely dependent on the jurisdiction. The vast majority of states surveyed don't actually impose any additional charges on autonomous vehicles operating within their borders. Although some of them, like Pennsylvania reflected here on this slide, have delegated research and coordination to work groups that may impose fees at some point in the future. Pennsylvania is a little bit unclear as to what their plans are, but they've seemed to hint on their Q&A pages on their Department of Transportation website that they will be imposing fees at some point once their, I think their equivalent of the AV work group comes to some conclusions after doing some more research. Other states that have chosen not to impose fees, like Texas and Florida, have actually explicitly done so to reduce barriers to local investment and to ultimately attract business to their regions. Both of these states have integrated a no permit policy or bond approach into the regulatory regimes as part of kind of grander schemes that look to aggressively refrain from regulation and as such entice companies to build out testing in their states. Texas's tactic does appear to be working, as I believe Dylan mentioned about platooning. And even in the realm of CAVs as well, it's seen over 10 different autonomous vehicle companies flock to its various metropolises to really engage in in-depth product testing on public roadways. It should be noted as well that fee structure kind of closely parallels reporting requirements in these states as well. Texas and Pennsylvania do not require any sort of reporting whatsoever. And once again, kind of the distinction between these non-regulatory states is that in Texas's case, a lack of regulation has been adopted with a view to reduce barriers for local potential investors. And in Pennsylvania's case, the state has simply been, as of yet, unable to develop standards that it believes would be workable. Pennsylvania, like I said, will likely impose more standards in the future. Now, somewhere in the middle are states like Nevada. Nevada imposes moderate fees and reporting requirements on autonomous vehicle operators within its borders. Specifically, Nevada's administrative code requires both a testing certificate and testing license plates for every vehicle that's going to be testing on public roadways within the state. Nevada statute requires a testing certificate fee of $100 and a testing license plate fee of $12 per plate. Not very much really in the grand scheme of things. Now, at the high end of regulation is California. California's complex approach to fees and reporting outlines 3 tiers for testing and deployment, which determine associated fees and reporting requirements. Tier 1 for vehicles operating with a test driver impose no additional fees or bond requirements on testers or corporations in the state outside of the universal insurance or bond requirement. Tier 2 vehicle operate without a test driver, and prices are currently set at $3,600 annually for 20 vehicles and 10 operators, with an additional $50 fee for additions to these numbers. And Tier 3 vehicles, which operate with a test driver and are officially considered, which operate without a test driver and are officially considered to be deployed, these are subject to a $3,275 application fee, which may be revoked by the relevant authority if it so chooses. That fee is also non-refundable. So a company that may apply to have their vehicles deployed may have their fee simply taken by the state, and the state may say, your vehicle does not meet our standards. Now, as noted earlier, fee structure closely parallels reporting requirements in these states as well. For both Tier 1 and Tier 2 permits, any collisions involving an autonomous vehicle must be reported to the state within 10 days of the collision. Annual reports are also required to be filed, and reports under the happening of certain events, like manual disengagement of an autonomous system for safety purposes must be filed with the state as well. Now, another theme that we were analyzing nationally was insurance, kind of an offshoot of fee structure, if you will. So as with fee structure for registering a CAV, states vary widely in their approach to insurance requirements. States like Texas only require standard vehicle liability insurance. I actually spoke with a member of their equivalent of the CAV work group in Texas, and he was adamant that Texas was unwilling to impose basically any additional requirements on testers within the state whatsoever, outside of requiring those braking systems for platooning vehicles. So pretty much everything is the same in Texas for a normal vehicle. If you were going to, drive a normal Volvo out there, they're going to use the exact same requirements that they would for Waymo or another tester. States like Florida impose only moderate additional insurance, and Florida specifically requires first an automobile insurance policy with primary liability coverage of at least $1 million, as well as 2 personal injury insurance and 3 uninsured motorist protection that meets the regular state vehicle requirements. And really that $1 million primary liability coverage requirement is quite low when compared to that with states like Michigan and Nevada here at the end of the slide. States like Michigan and Nevada, as I note at the end, require $5 million of additional liability coverage, or in Nevada's case, a $5 million deposit or bond submission dependent on the jurisdiction. With that, I'm going to pass it off to Kristen.
Oh, I'll actually take this one, Mason. Thank you. Many states are planning to invest in or are currently making infrastructure changes, including relining and repaving roads to make highways more CAV friendly. At this point, Texas is in an informational gathering stage. There has been almost no concrete action taken to prepare state highways for autonomous vehicles. Our contact, Mr. Reyna, stated that the Texas Department of Transportation strategy is to take a hands-off approach, learn as much as possible, and then implement regulations when things get tricky later on. Now, taking a different approach to Texas, Pennsylvania has made strides to invest capital in infrastructure changes. A Pennsylvania Senate bill passed into law in 2015 set aside $40 million per year to allocate to municipalities for upgrading traffic signals to light-emitting diode technology and intelligent transportation system applications, such as autonomous and connected vehicle-related technology. Lastly, in Florida, through partnerships and regulations, the state has implemented CAV infrastructure changes thanks to a $10+ billion funding for CAV testing. At this point, the Florida Department of Transportation and SunTrax are allocating some of those funds to invest in a 475-acre test site that is meant to mimic roadways and weather conditions found outside of Florida. Mason, if you could go to the next slide. Thank you. So in order to bring CAVs to market, whether it be self-driving trucks or autonomous vehicles for individual use, there are a lot of moving parts at hand. A technology company must partner with a car manufacturer, potentially invest in other technology or licensing, while also adhering to relevant legislation in the state they've chosen to test in. Each of the following buckets represent significant partnerships that we think it beneficial to share with you, though I would like to note that this list is not exhaustive, and many of my colleagues have mentioned other relevant partnerships throughout this presentation. So the first bucket of partnerships I would like to cover are state partnerships, meaning states partnering with tech companies or other states to advance CAV research and development. For instance, last year, New York and New Jersey agreed to invest $20 million in testing a platooning bus system through the Lincoln Tunnel. In addition, one of the first platooning partnerships was a Smart Belt coalition between states from Pennsylvania to Michigan to test platooning vehicles. Lastly, Michigan established a partnership with CAVNU to develop a future-proofed corridor for CAV testing between Ann Arbor and Detroit. The other bucket I would like to note covers coalitions between private companies or non-government entities. Aurora, a Pittsburgh-based self-driving truck startup that just purchased Uber's CAV project, has an ongoing partnership with Volvo to finalize development of their platooning vehicles. Also, Mobileye, which is an Intel-owned CAV company, recently became the third company to receive a permit for CAV testing in New York State and plans to partner with Ford and their Fusion model cars to test self-driving vehicles starting likely this month in 2021. Once again, these are just a few partnerships we want to highlight to supplement some of the other partnerships mentioned today. And while CAV technology is still in development and there is a more flexible framework of measuring achievements or success, partnerships seem to transcend all aspects of current CAV research and development, and they are especially important to note as Washington considers regulation. And with that, I'll pass it off to Kristen.
Thank you, Savannah. Another thing we notice is based on a state's weather. Testing started in fair weather states with little precipitation. This made California's weather, along with its proximity to tech startups, a great starting point for CAV testing. Since then, other warm and dry states, such as Nevada and Arizona, have capitalized on their weather. In Texas, the state hopes its fair weather and low regulation will increase CAV testing. Florida is another warm weather state, but it is far from dry. Despite this, testing hasn't slowed down. Companies such as Waymo are currently testing in rainy weather and even in hurricane season. Other seasonal and extreme weather testing can be seen in CAV snowplows on airport runways in Canada and Germany, Waymo and Argo in the snow conditions in Detroit and Lake Tahoe, and a report from a CAV task force in New York noted that the state's seasonal weather could be a selling point for testing as companies continue to branch out from their fair weather conditions. Next slide, please. One of the consistent challenges that we saw throughout our research was the ability to strike a balance between supporting CAV market growth with that of safety concerns, federal policy signals, the public's perception, as well as other things like equity and infrastructure. As the last slide suggested, one of the areas that can influence market growth is a company's commitment to remain in a state for testing. And as we've seen, sometimes that commitment can be as fickle as the weather. This is seen in the shift of CAV companies leaving California with its hands-on approach to regulation and testing to instead set up shop in states with either lower regulation, like Texas, or high regulation that has a hands-off approach, like Florida. Watching current weather testing abilities may help signal where a state should be at in their policy making. Along with weather, partnerships with tech companies, CAV work groups, colleges, or other CAV-related stakeholders has helped shape policy across the states. Just one of the many examples is a partnership between an AV company and a hospital that resulted in delivery AVs, moving COVID material back and forth and lessening human exposure. This driverless system and other delivery partnerships due to the increase in demand for delivered goods has helped stir the conversation for needed delivery and AV regulation. Lastly, as Savannah previously discussed, some states have formed a coalition ensuring that regulation in neighboring states is uniformed. And at the moment, this uniformed approach is beneficial for platooning, but in the long term, it will help as the CAV industry grows and the technology becomes common on our roadways. Next slide, please. Through all of these influences, states have come up with different forms of law for CAVs. When making new CAV laws, states will figure out clear terms and definitions. And one of the challenges that states face is how those terms and definitions will interact with the existing laws in the state. One way that states have met this challenge is to make sure that no matter what terms they use, they can separate out who the law will recognize as being in control of the vehicle at different autonomous levels. In this way, states can clearly say who would be responsible for any moving or non-moving violations, collisions, liability, and other CAV issues and concerns. When looking at the challenge of defining AVs, it seems to be helpful to determine what is fully autonomous versus partially autonomous. This allows states to create regulations around what safety requirements those separate definitions require, what minimum risk standards an AV level needs, and what type of operator will accomplish those safety measures. For example, when a situation of risk occurs, what minimum risk standard does a state require an AV to make? What type of user will be responsible for accomplishing the minimum risk maneuvers? And how do these requirements change through the different levels of AV that the state recognizes? Mason has already touched on insurance requirements and fee structures, and in relation to that are registration and licensing requirements, as well as reporting standards. And so lastly, I'll just quickly touch on the fact that both local and state governments can enact and enforce traffic laws means that some states have included a preemption law to make sure that there is a uniformed approach to CAV policy throughout the state. Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. Washington State CAV regulatory scheme contains an executive order, RCWs, and recent amendments. Collectively, these have made insurance requirements, an approval and reporting system, level 4 and 5 AV definitions, fee structure direction, removal of the television viewer distraction laws, and more testing related policy. Looking at this through what other states have successfully done, there are a few areas to note. The first is that companies may be concerned that Washington laws are only based in a testing program capacity. This makes it uncertain how CAVs would be able to go from testing to deployment. The second area to note is that the current collision and moving violation laws use terms such as driver and person, whereas the current CAV Washington law uses operator in the executive order and self-certifying entity language in the RCW. However, how the operator and self-certifying entity works within other areas of Washington law leaves some room for challenge. There are other areas such as minimum risk standards, manufacturing responsibility versus modification, follow too closely laws, distraction while driving laws not related to television screens, and preemption laws that require more discussion as Washington CAV policy continues to evolve. Next slide, please. Okay, we've given you a lot of information, and looking at all of that and everything we've provided you with today, one of the next steps for Washington to consider is partnerships. And those partnerships could be with neighboring states, federal programs, private companies, or colleges, like continuing its work with the Tech Law and Public Policy Clinic. Next year, this clinic could look at what partnerships other states have successfully done, and then see how that relates to Washington's partnership options and make some suggestions to the committee. Continuing to work on definitions is also very important. The clinic could dedicate some time next year to collecting different CAV related terms and definitions from the SAE or other state regulation. Additionally, we could compare operator terms and their interaction with the autonomous vehicle levels. And we could select a few top choices of terms and definitions and see how they could interact with current law and report all of this to the committee. As Dylan touched on, platooning is very important. Next year, this clinic could continue to look at platooning and make suggestions for changing the follow too close law, as well as other platooning specific regulation. And related to that is the delivery AV area that Daniel touched on. Next year, this clinic could investigate what other states are doing and consult with local delivery companies to create definitions and regulation suggestions. And as the last action step, in general, we suggest continuing the great work that the CAV work group is doing and this clinic. And our team is very excited to see what continued work Washington does in the CAV space and to see how we can be of assistance to you. And on that positive forward-looking note, I would like to pass it off to possibly Lorena, if she can talk now, or Mason, most definitely, to give a few thanks, and then we'll take some questions.
Yeah, so well, thank you again, all of you, for being here today and sitting through our presentation. We really do appreciate it. You know, we wouldn't be here without some people kind of behind the scenes that really helped us get to the point where we're at today. And we really want to extend a thanks to our developers, Jen Tirada White, Kai Daniels, Guanting Lee. They're the developers that are getting our database in order, and hopefully we'll have that running by potentially this summer. And they're really the brains behind those operations. And we're just really thankful to them for helping us out with that. And lastly, we want to, of course, thank Director Rima Griffith and Dean William Covington. Without them, this project wouldn't have been possible. And they were just fantastic resources and guidance. You know, they gave us a lot of guidance. It was really appreciated. And Miss Griffith met with us multiple times and was very kind, especially during some of the early phases of our project when it wasn't exactly very pretty. So I really do appreciate that, Miss Griffith. And with that, I think we have a couple minutes maybe for a couple of questions. Otherwise, a lot of questions should be able to be answered by our white paper that will be furnished on June 7th.
Thank you so much, Mason. Thank you, all the students.
So you're raising excellent points that need to be part of the decision for leadership. Right now, the plan
Hello? Okay, do we have any questions for our panelists? If you do have questions, please turn your camera on and let me hear from you.
Hey, Jim, I could probably kick it off. This is Representative Benke.
Yes, please, go ahead.
First and foremost, yeah, great presentation. Appreciate the details in the data and the analysis that you guys provided. And you could tell, thank you for the hard work that the team put together for today's briefing. My question goes back to a couple slides. I think it was Kristen, safety issues, policy direction, and public perception, market growth, public-private partnerships. Out of a lot of those areas, which ones would you see as probably the most important that we could take back at the Washington State Legislature to focus on to help building out, Washington becoming a leader in this area?
Thank you for that question. I mean, this is the challenge that I can see you guys are facing, right? It is hard to prioritize which one demands the most attention. I think that safety and public perception go hand in hand, and in order to have a smooth transition, you need that to be in the front of everything. But I also do think in order to make ourselves competitive that we have to look at what other states are doing in regulation and figure out what do we have as Washington that incentivizes companies. And that's why we brought in the weather component, because when they get to rain testing, we have plenty of that. So perhaps that's a way to look at what other states with similar weather patterns have, and then try to create regulation that is competitive with that. Of course, still keeping safety and public perception in mind and all of the other great things that we need to consider. But I do think creating partnerships helps sort some of these issues out. At least that's what we've seen in other states. Infrastructure has been supported through partnerships. Collecting data to know what is safe and what is not has been supported through partnerships. So I would say creating partnerships is a really strong starting point for us.
Thank you so much. Next question.
Kelly Rula asks in the chat, have you seen any regulations specific to urban delivery services such as neuro-autonomous vans for grocery delivery, etc.? Where and how would you expect to see them regulated?
Yeah, I can take that one. In terms of urban delivery services, so I mean, like Ann Arbor would be one. The big problem with urban delivery services are crowds, making sure that, that the delivery robots, if they're on the sidewalks, aren't messing with pedestrian traffic too much. If they're in the car lanes, making sure they're not slowing down cars. And then in terms of where and how would you expect them or to see them regulated? Do you mean like what part of the code or what exactly does that mean?
Yeah, sorry, I was really thinking of specifically around the neuro example. So an autonomous delivery van for commercial deliveries, which wouldn't fall cleanly into a passenger service for hire like TNC, and it's certainly not a PDD robot on the sidewalk. So I was just curious y'all's thoughts on where you might see that starting to fall out in the regulatory structure framework.
I've generally seen autonomous delivery robots in the vehicle code. So I think that's probably where to do it. Again, we can highlight that more in the white paper if that doesn't fully answer the question.
I will jump in there and just say a little bit in my cursory research of those subjects as well. I think, again, there's just a very different way that different states view the way that they analyze these autonomous delivery robots. Some states have actually afforded these robots the same rights as pedestrians. And so they'll be treated as pedestrians in certain ways. That they'll have the right of way when they cross the road in front of vehicles, etc. And there are, I'll have to find that, I believe Arizona and I believe Pennsylvania both have laws to that effect. And then of course, other states have laws that severely limit exactly how they can be used. And if they basically come into contact with traffic at all, that's not permissible. I think one of the most challenging things is understanding, what is the full scope of an autonomous autonomous delivery robot? Should they be treated as pedestrians, meaning that they can only basically operate on the sidewalk and use crosswalks? Or are they kind of some sort of pseudo vehicle that can actually use the roadways as well? Because there's of course states that do that as well, like Texas. So I think that there's some area there.
Thank you, Mason. Other questions or comments?
Ariel has his hand up.
Ariel, please.
Hey, thanks. So great presentation. Appreciate your work there. My one question, probably have a bunch, but I'll ask one question here. On the suggestions and the new laws, I'm just curious if as part of the work, I suspect the answer is yes, but I'd like to hear just a little bit more about it. Did you look at the interplay between federal law and state law and the jurisdictional considerations there, particularly with respect to the design, construction, and performance for safety and versus the operational? The reason why I ask is just on the list, there looks like a little bit, whether it's on the minimal risk standards or safety type work. I'd be curious how you approach that and whether you have plans to explore that further and the distinctions between what's clearly under federal jurisdiction and then state jurisdiction, just part of it. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll take that question. I think that the general consensus is that a lot of states will refer to the NHTSA and say that the safety measures need to align with what's laid out there, or they'll go beyond that and create some extra state safety measures that they want. The creation of a minimum risk standard is something that not all states do, but I think it's a good way to illustrate what exactly the state requires of a vehicle to do. What are the steps that we want it to do safely to ensure some of the safety measures that are part of our discussion. And as we move forward, we can continue to look at that for the committee, and also in our white paper, it will go into more depth than we were able to in the slides. But we definitely have looked at the different federal standards, as well as some of the signals of the revived legislation before Congress, and just trying to get a holistic picture of what federally may be done versus what the states will be required to explicitly express.
Thanks.
Thank you, Kristen. Next, I have Ted Bailey from WashDOT. Ted?
Thank you, Jim, and reiterate my fellow panelists and executive committee members, rather. Just great information. I want to dig into partnerships a little bit. Just curious if you explored the differences between Washington and other states from a protection of intellectual property and data and enabling data sharing. States like Ohio, for example, I know it wasn't on your list, have explored things like setting up 501c3s to allow that interplay between public and private, to allow that type of partnership to flourish. And so can you comment a little bit on some of the condition differences between Washington State and other states, given your work so far?
I can take that. So intellectual property was specifically not something we were looking into for the purposes of this project, but I think that is a good point to raise that we can potentially add to the white paper, is just how different states are, I guess, approaching that and forming partnerships. I think just to reiterate what I had mentioned with the Smart Belt Coalition, which is the platooning coalition between Pennsylvania and Michigan, there was a lot of sharing of information for the purposes of that coalition and for the purposes of the platooning testing that went from Pittsburgh to Detroit. And so I think like we can definitely pull up some more information about that, but that's just the only example that I know of where there was probably more intellectual property sharing, licensing, et cetera, happening for the purposes of that coalition. But thank you for the question.
Thank you. I guess as a quick follow-up and maybe a comment, just the connection between intellectual property and the ability to attract investment and to go after grant funding seems like a very paramount issue that I suspect that you'll see between other states and Washington State. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Next, I have Anna Zebarts from Disability Washington. And
Yes,
then
hi,
Rose
thanks. Anna
Luciano is
Zievarts
on deck.
here. Disability Rights Washington. I'm really curious to learn more about the intersection between delivery robots and then pedestrian infrastructure. I know we're having conversations around how to make our roads ready for autonomous vehicles. And I think, in some cases, we're actually seeing the deployment of slower moving delivery robots sooner because of the safety risk being, so much less. And so how can we talk about, our state's talking about how to make their sidewalks ready? Is there a conversation going on in other places around collaborations on mapping where infrastructure exists, where it doesn't exist, the conditions of that infrastructure? Because I think there's a real intersection there between the interests of the disability community, in particular folks who use mobility devices, and accessibility, as well as smaller delivery robots and sidewalks, and how we can use the momentum around this to improve our sidewalk infrastructure as well as our street infrastructure. So I'd be really curious to learn more about what other jurisdictions are doing in that arena, if there's collaborations going on there to improve the physical infrastructure.
I'll take that one. I don't specifically know of any partnerships in that arena. I know that generally states that put the framework on the books tend to say that local governments can't preempt them, like they can't make their own laws unless it's for safety. So I think that if you're interested, if Washington's interested in that regard, making sure that the local municipalities have a greater say over certain areas that might have mobility issues. Yeah, did that answer it enough? Would you like to follow up on anything?
Yeah, no, I mean, I guess I'm particularly interested in the, like where say sidewalks aren't in a good enough condition, or there don't exist curb ramps. And so delivery robots can't reliably function. If there's any efforts or conversations around how those companies that are interested in deploying can partner with local jurisdictions to improve the infrastructure. And the same way we're having conversations about, the width of striping and other improvements for roads.
Yeah, I haven't specifically seen anything of that. I can see if I can find anything and give that to you.
I can make a brief.
The one thing I've seen with Pennsylvania was like specifically saying that cities don't have to fix their infrastructure, and that they can't be sued if like if the roads aren't proper and an accident happens, then they can't be sued in that regard. But I haven't seen any companies helping the city actually build a better infrastructure.
But that's not to say that it couldn't be done, because we have seen rideshare and a different tech company that maps out cities work together in a partnership so that the technology and the AV rideshare could work better within that city. So there would be some partnership opportunities where you have people, companies that specifically look at mapping out the things that you're discussing, different access points throughout the city that work with a delivery AV, and then perhaps report it to a locality. But that would need to be a partnership that we seek out in order to get that great information to ensure that we're collecting different accessibility points.
If that is the end of that.
Sean, I'll go ahead and ask Rose's question. Rose Feliciano has a question. Can a state have different safety standards that the feds? Do they currently have that authority, and are there any examples of that currently?
It seems to be, it seems to follow the regular scheme of Fed and state relationship, in that the federal entities have set a bar that you cannot go below as a state as far as safety measures, but you can certainly regulate above that and create extra safety measures. And that's what we've seen so far. Yeah, that's just what we've seen so far. So I haven't seen any state create less than what is federally required for safety requirements for AVs.
So the old adage, you can add to, but you can't take away from. Gotcha.
Very much so.
Okay, Thank you. Thank you so much. Are there any other questions? Okay, I have one from Rima Griffith. Rima? Oh, and Roger has one too. Roger, you're next after Rima.
Thanks. Quick question on the database. Maybe I missed it, but can you guys clarify when that online resource will be up and running and available? And I assume it's open to anyone in the public who wants to use it.
Yeah. So we're hoping to launch it towards the end of this summer is our goal. And we have our interns hard at work finishing up the back end and the coding aspects of it. And it is going to be publicly available on the University of Washington's website under the uw.edu domain. So when that is up and running and we have a public facing website, we'll be sure to disseminate the link to you guys.
Excellent. Really appreciate it. I think that's going to be a fabulous resource for everybody and really sets a great example. And I just really quickly want to thank all the hard work you guys have done this year. It has been an absolute honor and fun to work with you. And I can't wait to see where you guys go. And for those of you graduating very soon, good luck. And we look forward to seeing where you guys go next.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from Secretary Roger Millar from WashDOT. Roger.
Great, thank you. And my thanks to everybody on the team. Good stuff, and sorry to be late getting here. We have laws on the books. We have speed limits and other laws on the books. And as a driver, I'm supposed to know those laws. But when the speed limit says 60 on the interstate, some people go 60, some go 65, some go 80. I'm assuming an automated vehicle would know the law as well. Will an automated vehicle be able to break the law, or will the owner of or operator of or passenger in an automated vehicle have an ethics knob, if you will, enabling them to do something different from what is in the law today?
Yeah, I can take this one. So I think it depends on the level of autonomy. And what we see right now as an example, just to use the most obvious example, is Tesla's autopilot. And you can take autopilot and set it to go 80 and a 60 pretty easily with just a knob. But when we move up past the level 3, level 4, and into the level 5, I don't foresee manufacturers coding in an autonomous vehicle to break a speed limit. So even if they were, the driver, as defined by statute, would be liable. So I don't foresee Waymo or Cruise or any of these companies hard coding in something that is on its face a violation of a statute. With that being said, lower levels of autonomy where the user still has a significant level of control over the vehicle and can manually set the speed limit, they can probably set that to go faster than whatever the posted signage is. But the expectation is that all these autonomous vehicles will know all of the laws of the road, will know all the speed limits, and will know how to behave accordingly.
Okay, so that's you point out that level 4, level 5, not so much, but the manufacturers who are bringing us level 4 and level 5 are bringing us level 2 and allowing us to break the law with them today, giving us the capacity. The capacity exists to obey the law today, and that's going to be. I mean, I've long believed that the issues that are going to be tough for us as a state and tough for us as a country are not the technical questions, they're the policy questions. And we have the technology today to avoid distracted driving by, if you were moving, your cell phone wouldn't work. But we allow that. We have the technology today to prevent people from driving when they're intoxicated. We have the technology today to say when you're in a school zone, that car will drive 20 miles an hour, and we're not doing that. So we need to be thinking about, and I would encourage you to look into, how are these policy questions going to be asked and answered as we move forward? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Other questions or comments?
I just wanted to quickly say that I think all these questions are really great, and we've taken note of them so that the clinic, as we move forward, can continue to work on all the different areas that you have highlighted.
Thank you, Kristen. Okay, other questions, comments for our panelists? Okay, I want to thank you all for your presentations, and Professor Covington, thank you so much for your presentation as well. We'll go ahead and move on to our next item, and we're actually a couple of minutes early, so that's good. The next item on the agenda is the AV Freight Mobility Panel. And we're going to start with Ross Froat, Director of Technology and Engineering Policy from American Trucking Association. Ross?
Hello. I guess good morning still to everybody on the West Coast.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for having me. Rima, thank you for connecting me to this panel and discussing this. Forgive me, am I sharing screen or do you have that set up?
Sully, do we have him as a panelist?
Ross, yes, Ross, you are. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Markel.
Ross, if you're able to share, that would be great. If not, we can run it for you.
It says when I click it, host disabled participant screen sharing.
I just upgraded you to a co-host, Ross. You should have capability now.
Yep. Let's see. Here we go. Okay. Does everyone see that?
Yes, sir. We can.
Excellent. Okay, so thank you everybody again for having me here today. I'm on a panel with some great speakers. I'm happy to be a part of it and to talk today about a little bit of what ATA is doing, American Trucking Associations, for automated trucks. And then the second part of the discussion is electric trucks, near zero emission vehicles, and of course, overall zero emission vehicles in the trucking industry. But first, as an introduction, my name is Ross Froat. I'm Director of Technology and Engineering Policy for ATA. Been with ATA for about 7 years. I've been in trucking for about 18. And I've been in everything that you can qualify as a commercial motor vehicle. I've had my hands in every single type of engine, every single type of transmission, driven across states, and then later on got my electrical engineering degree from Maryland State. So happy that ATA found me, and now I oversee all policy affairs for anything related to technology. So from bumper to bumper on every single piece of equipment out on the road, over 10,000 pounds, we have an advocacy rolling on a national level and in the states levels with our state trucking associations. But I'll describe a little bit about ATA. So there's our headquarters on the right. I haven't seen in 15 months, but I believe it's still there in Arlington. We'll be moving soon to M Street in Washington, D.C., starting next year, actually. So happy to get closer to DOT, as we'll be 2 blocks from the department and next to Capitol Hill, things like that. Easier walking distance rather than the traffic we have seen in D.C. But to give you an overall feeling about ATA, if you're not familiar, we are a federation. The picture on the left, it's an older picture, but it kind of gives you a feeling maybe that how we are coast to coast, cross border also. We have a lot of sector specific carriers, private for hire, and all different types of manufacturers I'll get into. But that's just to give you some logos of what our councils and conferences may look like and then what we cover. There's intermodal, auto haulers, agriculture haulers, a lot of different sector specifics, government freight conference, a lot of DoD specialized carriers, and other areas that we work with, and we work with on the Hill, we work with at DOT, and making sure that rulemakings and certain bills are supported or opposed needed. I love pictures, by the way. You're going to see a bunch of pictures in these PowerPoints. IT guys do not like pictures because these PowerPoints are really heavy with data, but I like to share them. This is an overview of the ATA Federation. Our membership is largely made up of motor carriers, fleets of all sizes. We have mega fleets, and we have motor owner operators, independent drivers, fleets of 5 trucks. Maybe later, if you don't know, about 90%, 90, even 5% of the industry are fleets of 20 trucks or less. And we have about 1.3 million motor carriers in the United States. Lots of equipment, lots of different type of businesses in the trucking industry. So majority of our membership being fleets, technology suppliers, truck manufacturers, business solution providers, and a lot of affiliated associations, like the National Tank Truck Carriers Association, Truckload Carriers Association, NADA, NMFTA, you name it. As I said, we represent all 50 state trucking associations. ATA has been around for almost 100 years. started way back when trucking began, representing on a national level. And we have nearly 40,000 members worldwide. One interesting fact we get hit up a lot is Australia. Australia has a trucking association, and the makeup of their country is very close to the United States. So we're really, really keen on connecting with Australia and their similar policy and safety goals as how they are similar states. But very connected to Europe, Canada, Mexico, and a lot of different areas where we are, a lot of members are worldwide and where they operate and how we support them. We have about 15 annual events a year. A lot of pictures on the right there shows them a little bit about them. Of course, we didn't have any annual events last year, but we are an event-driven association. We cover events in safety, security, cybersecurity, fleet management, a lot of leadership, and then we even have a legal event that's actually coming up in July, a big legal forum. We usually have one every year. We actually just finished our first in-person event just last week in San Antonio. We had almost 500 attendees. Over 400 of them are motor carriers, all traveling together and to meet at one place to talk about all of our policy positions, our work on the Hill, in a lot of different areas. But the two specific areas in my area are the policy committees, and at the very bottom on the left, technology, engineering, and automated truck. But before I get into that, there is another policy committee out of our 14 total, environmental and energy. That's headed by Glenn Kedzie. Some of you may know Glenn. He leads all of our emissions issues and federal and state issues involving electric trucks and pretty much anything coming out of the tailpipe and what's going into the gas tank. But there's a lot of policy committees that cover a lot of different areas. But specific to this webinar, let's stay focused on technology and automated trucks. And I do want to focus on the 6 councils under the annual events, the Technology and Maintenance Council, as I pulled it out, TMC. That is ATA's largest event that we hold every year. It's usually in the spring, but this year we had to move to the fall, it's COVID. But that event, we usually get over 5,000 attendees. It's one of the largest trade association events that happen. It's really, really growing as we are growing with technology and trucking. Some of the photos on the right share those images, but also, if you don't know, ATA holds the National Truck Driving Championships, which is the top right photo. It's an older photo. And then we also hold the National Technician Skills Trade event, the SuperTech, TMC SuperTech, where we get over about 2,000 motor carrier technicians, service provider technicians, and they all compete to be the #1 tech in the industry, which is really good for skills training and workforce development. Really proud of these events. Really sad that they couldn't happen last year, but we are working to get back in the groove this year. As I said, we just came back from a really, really great attended event last week. So hopefully, if you haven't been to an ATA event, you're very welcome to attend. I'd be happy to walk the floor with you or talk more about anything about ATA at these events going forward. So first topic, automated truck activities. I came on about 30 minutes ago. Seems like you all are talking pretty good about a lot of the things that I probably don't need to review. But if you don't know anything about automated trucks or automated vehicles in general, on the left, straight from the foundation of SAE J3016, there's your levels of driving. I've heard some people before talking about levels 2, 3, 4, and 5, and how we're really focused on level 4 automated trucks right now. Level 5 is a whole nother game and a whole nother level of policy potentially, and how our motor carriers and other industry suppliers and advocates are working together to get to that level eventually. But right now, just talk a little about SAE level 2 is really what we're focused right now, because automatic emergency braking, lane departure warning, lane centering, those types of technologies being more of advanced driver assistance systems is a really, really big project that ATA is working on with FMCSA called TechCelerate Now. I don't have a slide on that because we really want to focus on automated driving systems for level 4. But just to let you know, ATA and a lot of other working associations are working together on being proactive on the deployment, research, and testing on a lot of these technologies. There's a fancy figure down below on the left, giving you more idea of how high automation, maybe a different of conditional automation, Middle, there's some reports from McKinsey and Company. A lot of these things have been spread around. Older reports kind of showcasing and giving you a visualization of how that may look and the total cost of ownership. I always want to mention AB 3.0 at the bottom because actually, to me, I feel like that was one of the most important documents that have came out. And I meet a lot of people that have no idea about trucking's role in automated vehicles, and that report really says it all. Of course, there's AB 4.0 and then the next AB comprehensive plan, which I'll get into. But working through the first policy, federal policy of AVs with DOT into ADS 2.0 into this was really important of how we were able to work with DOT in getting trucking in more of a multimodal approach to AVs. So really happy about how 3.0 came out and how everything is still referencing a lot of 3.0 going forward. And then on the right, AV Test Initiative, really happy about a bunch of our members and non-members that are part of that initiative. A lot of associations are working to get involved and showcasing that. If you haven't visited the site, it's really easy to find. Just Google NHTSA AV Test, and you can see, like on the example map on the right, where a lot of the testing and deployment strategies are happening with these AV companies, and their partnerships are growing. And to give you an idea of where they're at on the map, it doesn't show 100% of everybody. It is a volunteer system, but it's just really good to know, to see how active that is, and maybe really close to you if you have no idea that there was an AV company next door testing these things and how to get involved. So one committee I oversee is the Automated Truck Subcommittee. The logos in front of you do not do this subcommittee justice, but it is an example of everyone that we're working with and how we're getting all the information that support our ATA comments, that support our letters to Congress, that support our position papers to certain states, developing their own state rules and executive orders and a lot of different areas. But on the left are all of the AV developers that are part of ATA's Automated Truck Subcommittee. Just to let you know, the ATA membership of these companies are as a company as a whole. We are working close with Plus on a couple of webinars coming up later on this summer. Uber just came back on, and a lot of other companies, as you're probably aware of, are working on a lot of different levels of AV and where they are as portrayed in AV Test even. But what I'd like also to shout out are all the technology suppliers that are already on the truck. That's your group on the top right. So these companies are already on the truck, and some of them are actually even developing their own AV systems at a certain level 4, that is. You may be familiar with a bunch of these, or some of them may not be so familiar. But ATA is working with all the existing traditional foundational types of technologies, and then how AV developers are working with them also, and in utilizing the specific technologies on how they can have steering and braking functionalities, and forward collision warning and tracking, and a lot of different types of technologies that are out there to keep trucks safe in general, and keep them on the road, keep them maintained well, keep them operating, keep freight moving. And that's a big deal in automated trucks. To really not forget about what is on that truck already when adding an automated vehicle type of programming or type of system. Got somebody calling me right now. I do not want that. And then down below, some truck manufacturers, again, not representing everybody that's involved, but I know we got PACCAR coming up soon, so a big shout out to them and all the work that they've been doing with their technology suppliers and partnerships. But there's very many different levels here to really give you a generality of what we're working with and how we're developing all these positions and policies on this. And then what's not mentioned here are all the motor carriers. Now, there's no reason for me to go through the last year of press releases, but there's been a lot of announcements and partnerships with a lot of large carriers, and all those carriers are on Automated Truck Subcommittee for the last 5 years. And we've been all working together on figuring this out of how it'll impact a lot of different areas, the trucking businesses, and how regulatory and policies and things like that can be improved, and how we can support certain objectives. Here we go. Okay, so you may have seen these as well. This is just some opportunities that I'd like to point out. On the left is a map of all the flow rates of trucking, pretty much. DOT has this out available. A lot of other reports have pointed out this. The American Transportation Research Institute, ATRI, which is another extended research arm of the ATA, utilizes this in a lot of research. But just to give you an idea of where all the freight is going and how it looks like, actually, being the entire blood veins of the United States economy of freight, and the scale of how much freight is going where. There's a lot of business in that, and there's a lot of risk and there's a lot of reward in trucking. And there's plenty of going on in ATA other than automated trucks. And then on the right, it kind of gives you an idea of kind of where we're headed a little bit right now. This is taken from DOT and JP Morgan. You may recognize those three routes, some of the three largest corridors in the United States. The green is I-80, the red is I-40, and the blue is I-10. And the thickness corresponds to the amount of freight movement in those areas as well with trucking. So as you can see, the temperature changing as you go north and south, different types of weather relations and areas to improve on, and where more things need to be tested, and how your state is active in these areas is really good. Because we really need to work together in figuring this out and helping each other, working together on these certain type of states and national policies. But the areas that we really focus on are the truck driver and freight shortage. Again, how AV L4 trucks could address those areas. Right now, ATA estimates that we're about 60,000 truck drivers short this year. We're going to be at 160,000 by 2028. All this is available on ATA resources, but DOT has referenced this in the AV Comprehensive Plan and a lot of other research that I'll get into a little bit. Improvements in workforce and society, also proven by the macroeconomics report that just came out, and how more work, how more jobs, how a lot of things will be created in this area to promote and to support the framework and the certain networks of automated trucks. Of course, increasing highway safety, always number one on ATA's main priority, and showing how safety of these systems, of how these advanced driver assistance systems turning into automated driving systems, improve safety and keep improving safety. And then reducing emissions is always a key, increasing fuel efficiency of how these automated trucks are being designed and so well operated, how they go straight and how they excel and how they move around mountains. Certain things like that. There's a lot of interesting factors to decrease emissions in those areas, all through automated technologies. And then overall increasing freight efficiency. That is a key item right there, because a lot of people don't know, but there's a lot of roadside enforcement and waste and scales and weigh stations and things like that going in and out of everybody's states when they are on a truckload business operation, or even less than truckload. But there are workings right now where automated trucks may have the opportunity to bypass certain stations, and how the increasing amount of inspections and the health monitoring of those trucks and trailers can be achieved, and how we're working with the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance and a lot of other partners and states in growing the possibilities of how that may look in the future, where automated trucks can get to point A to point B without stopping. And be maintained and be monitored very well. Here's a simple slide for most recent DOT automated trucking notices. There's a lot that's came out, and this is just from January this year. There is, well, I think maybe at the end of December, first one came out, but DOT loves dropping things around Christmas time and New Year's. But we're ready for it, and we're really happy to see these documents come out. The one on the left is, of course, if you're unfamiliar with the DOT AV Comprehensive Plan for trucking, I think it's on page 22, that really just levels out everything around trucking happening in AV. It's about 3/4 of a page compared to the entire PDF of that, but it's good because it shows a lot of details of what DOT is doing and where we're going. The framework for automated driving system safety came out. A lot of comments went into that from ATA. I think we developed something of 12 to 16 pages comments for that NHTSA advanced notice of proposed rulemaking. I took some screenshots of what those comments look like, and everything's available on regulations.gov. 2 reports came out, trucking industry and automation workforce, macroeconomics as mentioned, and then the report to Congress for driving automation. A lot of good details in there about how the truck driver shortage versus the retirement ages versus the overall improvements of workforce and our societally benefit of automated trucks and automated vehicles in general. Not to go through that, but that could be a whole nother presentation on another time. And then the 2 on the right, we just finished submitting our comments to the Federal Highway Administration's updated manual of uniform traffic control devices, and how that manual will be introduced to automated vehicles. There's a huge proposal to add automated vehicles in a section of how guidance reports will be provided by FHWA on how the future of roads and traffic signals and roadside units will be optimized to not only help human operators on the roads, but also to help and support the functions of automated driving systems on the roads. Really, really important how our infrastructure is changing and benefiting human operators and automated vehicles. And then the last one is NHTSA's ANPRM, another one on automated driving system test procedures. So as you can see, NHTSA, FMCSA, FHWA, and even before them this year, with PHMSA, pipeline hazardous materials, and the intermodal folks, everyone's putting out notices of advanced notice proposed rulemakings or information collection requests. I think to date, ATA's probably commented over 20 documents, probably evolving to somewhere between 150 pages of comments, and showing and making sure the public knows and the government knows where all of our positions stand on automated trucks and how things can be improved in providing recommendations here and there, and listening to our motor carriers and working with our AV developers and other technology suppliers. So a lot of work is being developed, and we're no near being finished with this. We are ready to move forward with some actually notice of proposed rulemakings, if not moving to see how Congress handles some AV bills. Not my area, I'm in regulatory affairs. If you do have any Capitol Hill questions, I'm welcome to take them and work with our Hill team as we are working together on those issues. This to give you an idea of where we were at when we first started our role in automated trucks. First DOT AV guidance was released in September 2016. Around that same time, we were working with DOT on how that would look for trucking, and developing the automated truck subcommittee of ATA. So then at the end of 2017, we actually established our first set of automated vehicle policies. First and foremost, we prioritize on safety, flow of interstate commerce, and how that looks and what we think it needs to be and keep it to be. Federal preemption versus states' right and states' rights. Uniform state laws, a big issue that amongst a lot of things in trucking, specific to equipment, is how we make sure the national foundation of the trucking industry stays in unity. It's very difficult for a motor carrier to abide by state laws, jumping state to state as they can pass through states, multiple states in one day. And to have those different types of regulations to affect them is tough in compliances and enforcement, and it challenges them financially in a lot of different areas as well. And those are things that ATA has been fighting for a long time, making sure interstate commerce is unified and how we can all work together on keeping truckload carriers and less than truckload in a great process of business as they have been. Freedom versus choice of mandates, technology neutrality, performance standards. And then we have a huge section on infrastructure and connectivity. I know there's big talk of the final rulemaking happening with the FCC's 5.9 gigahertz. Still working with the FCC and a lot of other associations and working groups with that. We do have a nice little sliver the FCC kept for us for communications for vehicles. And yes, there are lots and lots of activities happening there for vehicle connectivity, safety communications, and how they are reacting and working with automotive passenger vehicles out there on the roads as well. And of course, a lot of state DOT programs out there in supporting trucking industry connected vehicles too. We have a lot of public education campaigns, a lot of things around that, and then maintainability overall to make sure how these trucks are maintained and maintained in an optimum condition for these trucks as they're on the roads. If you don't know, the average tractor trailer, at least tractor anyways of the tractor trailer, turns around every between 5 and 7, maybe 8 years. But there's a lot of tier 2 adoption of those tractors, and there's a lot of even tier 3 adoption of those tractors before they're recycled. So averagely, we can get a tractor out there between 800 to 1.2 million miles, 800,000 to 1.2 million miles. And the time and the wear and tear on those vehicles is really important. That's where the Technology Maintenance Council of ATA comes in. Make sure that equipment stays at its optimal ability and operation. Additional policies we have established since then. We've had a huge policy on cybersecurity. We're seeing a lot of active activity in cybersecurity issues, more on the back office of fleets, motor carriers, and infrastructure and manufacturer companies of our members. How data is being generated on those vehicles and how our motor carriers and manufacturers are working together and our policies on that. And then the serviceability of the equipment. Our fleets, our motor carriers like working on their trucks. There's a huge history of right to repair and how we're working on our vehicles to make sure that they are safe on the roads. So serviceability is really, really important to motor carriers and how we're working with manufacturers and dealerships too. I think this is my last slide for AV. Just real quick on some other activities. We are working very close with Virginia Tech. They have a research project out there called the Trucking Fleet Concept for Operations, ConOps, for managing mixed fleets. Pretty much that involves the opinions of automated driving systems equipped CMVs, commercial motor vehicles. Soon, they will be releasing a survey, the Federal Register notice. I took a screenshot of that. It's actually the second notice they put out on that since last year. But we are working with them and how they're going to be performing these demos at ATA events and the technologies they will be using. A screenshot of all the partners involved in that. Pretty much the majority of our members are involved in this and getting the details of opinions from motor carriers of how they accept automated driving systems and where they can see how using them and where they see where it's impossible. Maybe. The demos to be coming soon to our events. TMC, like I talked to you about, has the biggest event in the industry, and that'll be happening at this fall and then again in the spring of next year. And then the big second project we're monitoring and working with FMCSA closely on is the Automated Commercial Motor Vehicle Evaluation Program, where FMCSA actually bought 3 Class 8 tractors, and they're actually stored on Aberdeen Proving Grounds, about 50 miles from where I live. And where they're actively test driving and putting those trucks in certain situations, receiving a lot of data from those trucks and creating their own information resource on how automated driving systems on trucks are reacting to certain things. So there's a lot of projects out there. These are just to name a couple of them. To see more, there's 8 awarded ADS demonstration grants that is mentioned in the AV Comprehensive Plan. Came out early this year. A lot of them focus on commercial motor vehicles. And then what we also learned from FMCSA soon, hopefully, is that they will be hosting a series of sessions like they did before when the first federal policy came out. Industry-based consensus on standards for the operation of ADS-equipped CMVs. A lot of work happening right now in DOT, a lot more happening in the industry. And ATA is contracted on some of these issues and some of these projects, and we're working with industry on seeing how we can just continue to advance the further research, testing, and deployment of automated truck operations. I'll move right in unless we want to, well, I don't know, we have other panel speakers. Should we just wait for questions till the end? After all they're all done?
We'll take questions after the panel is done. So go ahead, Ross.
All right, this one's short. So this is another collage of ATA and TMC active members. I include TMC. A lot of these members are not ATA as a company members, but they are members of TMC as an individual. Cummins created their AOS tractor, fully electric, came out about 3 or 4 years ago. Worked with Cummins and seeing how that was designed and how we worked with members and showcasing that. But no surprise on a bunch of these other ones. Freightliner, Navistar, of course, PACCAR. Lion Electric came out. Several fleets I work very close with adopted a couple of their trucks for utilities. The Volvo Lights project, Hino. And then what's really interesting is all the suppliers in this area. So don't forget that Dana, Helion doing hybrid tractor trailers are deploying these very nicely, and how the drivetrains can be subbed out for electric drivetrains. There's a lot of aftermarket and then second tier technology solutions in these areas, improving the miles per gallon overall. In some cases, reducing it to near zero and near zero emissions, that is. And then our members, Amazon, BYD, and other areas, looking at smaller truckloads and pickup and delivery situations, Rivian and Change on their areas of that. Same members, same amount of fleets. So we are working with all of them and seeing how it's going and how maintenance is going, how workforce is going, making sure our comments are prepared for EPA and DOE, and we're also working with DOE for Super Truck in a lot of different areas. But it's just good to see all this moving forward to advancing the overall goal of near zero, if not zero emissions in the future. Easy map on the right. This was provided by the North American Commercial Freight Efficiency, NACFE. Just to give you an idea, high priority and considering in certain states, but the determinants for early rollouts, there's your technology issues, your range is very important, pricing of electricity, the technology on board, like regenerative braking, that really helps those trucks move forward longer and be recharged. The needs, the supports, training programs, state and city policies, nothing new to this group probably. But there's a lot of other states involved and working with more focusing Glenn Kedsey's Environmental Energy Policy Committee in these areas and how we're all working together with CARB and DOE and EPA in these areas. This is just a simple slide to talk about some things that we still need to overcome. And these things are what we're talking about constantly at ATA with all of our motor cares and Technology Maintenance Council on the operations of them. But there's a lot to think about when you have to consider electric trucks, if not electric, even alternative fuels, where alternative fuels may not be available where you're driving. But your routes, the economic feasibility of them, how you're financed, if it's state support or whatnot. Charging infrastructure is always number one in everyone's mind right now. We're doing a lot of sessions and education on charging infrastructure deployment. Maintenance and operations, training the right workforce on these types of electric trucks is really important because they're very, very high electricity impacts of how careful and determinate our technicians and younger technicians, the new workforce will have to receive these types of technologies and being very safe around them. Then overall fleet management and operating them and overcoming their weight impacts and their different wear and tears on different components, and how even tire companies are even considering new compounds in their rubber fabrics because of the acceleration of these electric trucks are very different, and how they can have a lot of premature wear on tires. And tires are not cheap in trucking. It's number 2 under fuel, diesel that is, for the highest maintenance costs. So there's a lot to consider when considering a new movement to a fuel source or to lower your emissions and carbon footprint, of course. And here's a little quick rundown of our positions on it. As I said on the left, we're really focusing on these types of trucks and hydrogen or whatever it would be in the Environmental and Energy Policy Committee. And then, of course, in ATA's Technology and Engineering Policy Committee, my policy committee of the ATA. We are technology neutral. We do not pick one over the other. We really leave it up to the fleets and businesses to make that decision. It's best for their business. We're fuel neutral, same situation. As I said, motor cares, business decisions. We are supportive of green business priorities. We have been since phase 1 of NHTSA and EPA, and we've been working with NHTSA and EPA on phase 2 intensively. And we're, of course, working close with our states and CARB as well. But pretty much overall, how the technology is improving emissions, but better improve their businesses and having it a decision on the business of how they relocate or buy equipment. But overall, we, just providing more education of how ATA's priorities are right now. We're increasing fuel efficiency, advancing near zero emission vehicle tech. This goes beyond electric vehicles. A lot of this actually relates to trailer technology and boat tails or top kits, side skirts, automatic tire inflation systems. List goes on and on about improving fuel efficiency and getting to lesser and lesser emissions. Even if it's going from 4-stroke engines to 2-stroke engines, it's possible. And there's lots of technology suppliers out there that are working with TMC and ATA on these to figure it out. Eventually, setting goals to zero emission vehicles, of course, that's a huge goal. But one thing just to point out of just talking about automated trucks and electric trucks, as of now, in talking with members, we don't see a connection in that level at this early stage. Those trucks are very, very different. It's very complicated on both levels right now on the deployment and the activity that's going on inside those trucks and on board those trucks. Eventually, possibly, an automated truck can be fully electric. There's no doubt in any of our members' minds that that's a possibility. But right now, we're really trying to establish and improve and help goals today, and really think about the future, and our mapping of that is important too. But there's a lot of hurdles that we need to oversee. So not that we don't support zero emission automated vehicles, of course we do. But in the future, it's how we develop those together. You know, there's a lot of details going on in diesel driven automated trucks, and there's a lot of things still to improve on those too. So we're still working together. And then the last bit of piece is just TMC recommended practices. Under TMC, there's an automated and electric truck study group thinking ahead on these things. How we are mapping out electric infrastructure, how we're mapping out training technicians to work on electrified tractors. A lot of RPs, TMC has been around for 60 years, DOT, EPA, a lot of agencies leverage those best practices on establishing rulemakings and guidance reports, and however that may look like the light, medium, heavy duty vehicles. There's a couple of lists of research and applications that we're focusing on right now in TMC also, and overcoming a lot of these challenges and really giving a better idea, better understanding to motor carriers to get their handle around this. We're making purchase decisions that are voluntary or required where they're located. There's my contact information if anybody would like to reach out afterwards. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ross. We will take questions after the panel is over. Next, we're joined by Kyle Quinn, Chief Technology Officer of PACCAR, and Allison Cochran, PACCAR Technical Lead, AVP PACCAR. Welcome.
Good morning.
And Daryl Oster, Chief Engineer, Zero Emissions. Sorry.
Thanks, Jim. Yeah, we're really pleased to be here this morning. We've been coordinating and working with Rima Griffiths for a number of years, and we've made a lot of progress. So we want to share some of that progress today. We're pleased to be accompanied by ATA and also our partner, Aurora. We're going to share a little information on where we are with zero emission vehicles and also our autonomy development. So let's go ahead.
Yeah, I think I need a little help. I'm supposed to have participant or presenter mode, but it is not enabled when I click on it.
How about now, Allison? Do you see some more controls pop up?
Yes, I've got it now. Thank you. All right, let me get my screen up. And you should, sorry for the delay there. Thank you.
Daryl, are you seeing the slides?
Daryl, are you there?
I don't think we've got audio for Daryl.
How about now?
Yes.
There you are.
All right. I'm having a little bit of trouble with the screen here. Yeah. I'll have it here in a second. Okay, here we go. Good afternoon. I'm Daryl Oster, Chief Engineer for PACCAR's Zero Emissions Initiative and leading powertrain development for battery electric and hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. I'll open this PACCAR session with zero emissions initiatives and then hand it over to Allison, who's leading the Level 4 automated vehicle platform development for Peterbilt and Kenworth in North America. PACCAR products and services reflect our core brand values of quality, innovation, and technology. Our investments in these core areas deliver industry-leading performance and value to our customers, along with great-looking trucks, as shown here in the lineup of DAF, Peterbilt, and Kenworth brands in the market segments of medium-duty, 6 to 16-ton, heavy-duty vocational, and heavy-duty trucks greater than 16-ton. PACCAR is proud to be the sole remaining American-owned, American-made, high-volume, heavy-duty on-highway truck manufacturer. Our global headquarters is located in Bellevue, Washington, and we have factories and engineering centers in Washington, Ohio, Texas, Mississippi, and California. We also have a large service and parts distribution organization spread throughout the entirety of the other U.S. states. Let's look at some interesting facts explaining the scale of trucking in the United States and the importance of trucking to our economy. There are about 12 million trucks currently operating in the US, and when we look at the gross domestic product worth of freight movement each year, about 2/3 of that freight is moved by truck, resulting in 70% of all US freight movements each year by truck. That's a lot of freight. The energy requirement to move all that freight consumes 29% of all US highway energy used, the remainder attributed to passenger car movement. So if we calculate the energy requirement to electrify all the class 7 and 8 trucks in the United States, it would require the power generating equivalent to 70 Grand Coulee dams. At PACCAR, we see 3 primary paths to achieving zero or substantially reduced CO2 emissions, and we believe that all 3 will play a key role. The first is electricity used to directly power battery electric powertrains in our commercial vehicles. Alternatively, clean or green hydrogen gas produced from electricity or natural gas with carbon capture can be used in fuel cell stacks and converted back into electricity to power an electric powertrain. And thirdly, we have e-fuels produced from hydrogen and CO2 scrubbed from the atmosphere, or produced from other renewable sources, which can be used in more or less traditional internal combustion engines. As we place alternative powertrain vehicles into the national freight network and overlay the vehicle operating range, we can see that medium-duty trucks are well suited for city operations and run typically less than 100 miles per day in pickup and delivery applications. Battery electric trucks are also well suited for running between cities and distribution centers in regional haul applications up to around 200 miles, where weight and cost limits kick in more aggressively and impact battery electrics. This is where hydrogen fuel cell vehicles can come into play with technologies well suited to cover longer distances greater than 250 miles and capable of running cross-country routes, provided that fueling infrastructure build out and availability. For routes between 400 and 3,000 miles, these much longer cross-country routes can be covered by diesel mild hybrid powertrains, powered by e-fuels, biofuels, or power to liquid fuels. This slide details PACCAR's general electrification product strategy. For several years now, we have been building trucks under research and grant projects, and we expect these to continue as we develop and evaluate new technologies. These early build trucks have typically cost between $500,000 and $1 million each. We are now in the low volume phase of our deployment. You'll see on the next slide that we are early to market with several electric truck products which customers can order now. The cost of these trucks is roughly 3 times the cost of a conventional truck, which gives an idea of the incentives needed to bridge the pricing gap. This also means 3 times the state sales tax and federal excise tax, which frankly, we'd like to see go away. Simultaneously, we're investing heavily in development of the next generation of battery electric technologies, which will improve range and performance and significantly reduce cost to approximately 2 times the cost of a conventional truck. And we expect to see these hitting the road in the 2023 timeframe. Further along the roadmap, with long-term improvements, we have planned beyond that, and research and development funding support would go a long way towards accelerating these developments. In addition to trucks, PACCAR is now offering a range of financing methods, charging infrastructure products, and other services that are critical to enable our customers to deploy these trucks into daily operations. Shown here is the lineup of battery electric truck models and charging stations that are available for ordering now. Shown left to right, the Kenworth K270E, Peterbilt 220 EV, PACCAR Chargers, Peterbilt 520 EV, Kenworth T680E, and the Peterbilt 579 EV. We are progressing through final engineering and validation phase activities and will begin deliveries in the second half of this year. On the hydrogen fuel cell front, we are partnered with Toyota on a $41 million California ARB grant for zero and near zero efficient freight facility operations in California, deploying 10 Kenworth T680 tractors running out of the Port of Los Angeles. This grant-funded project has provided us with valuable product development and validation opportunities and helped PACCAR accelerate the learnings associated with this new technology. We have deployed many of these trucks already and are running real-world miles in the 4 key partner fleets: UPS, Toyota Transport, Southern Counties Express, and TTSI. Up next, I'd like to show you how these battery electric and fuel cell trucks perform in severe environmental conditions in Colorado Springs. And for those wondering how cold it was at 14,000 feet, it was about 10 above zero. We reviewed this slide a few minutes ago for the zero emissions technologies, but now we add another element and overlay ADAS and autonomy along the bottom in an effort to describe and articulate the relationship between zero emissions and autonomous technologies. ADAS stands for Advanced Driver Assistance System and is comprised of steering, braking, and throttle actuation, which assists the driver in their daily driving tasks. Technologies in this space are anti-lock braking, emergency automatic braking, cruise control, adaptive cruise control, and lane keeping assist. These level 1 and 2 ADAS functions will be available and are applicable in the local city and regional operations as shown on the left side and center of this image. As we move to the right and look at cross-country long-haul operation, this is where level 4 autonomy is applicable and makes the most sense, as more than 80% of these vehicles' operational time is spent at highway speeds on long-haul routes, which is the target operating segment. This now concludes my zero emissions segment. I'd like to transition the discussion to autonomy and introduce Allison Cochran.
Thank you, Daryl, and thank you everyone for having us here and having me here today. I am Allison Cochran, the technical lead for PACCAR's autonomous vehicle platform development. I'm going to take you through PACCAR's role in autonomy and a description of what the vehicle platform is in just a moment. First, I want to show you a video of PACCAR current and future technologies on the vehicle and company-wide, demonstrating PACCAR's leadership in all areas related to the commercial vehicle market. the Level 4 Autonomous Driving Partnership, I want to describe that PACCAR and Aurora have announced that partnership, as shown in the video, to bring Level 4 autonomous vehicles to market. Together, we will commercialize autonomous on-highway trucks that will be ready for operation in dedicated routes in the United States. PACCAR will be responsible for delivering the autonomous enabled truck platform. This will be built in the Peterbilt and Kenworth truck factories. Aurora will deliver the self-driving software and sensors that make up the autonomous vehicle driver. So combining the experience and expertise of both companies, we will help shape the next generation of vehicle technology, enhancing both freight efficiency and safety for the commercial truck industry. So kind of as a reminder, the PACCAR or Peterbilt and Kenworth trucks will deliver the vehicle platform. We integrate the PACCAR autonomous ready vehicle platform with the Aurora autonomous driver system. That Level 4 autonomous vehicle is then created. The autonomous vehicle platform PACCAR is developing is a digitally controlled truck that includes actuators, body controls, and a secure interface for the autonomous system. We have redundancy also included for electrical power, steering, braking, and throttle actuators. So PACCAR has been exploring the possibility of autonomous transportation for several years. And from what we have observed, the conversation has shifted from if commercial vehicle automation happens to when commercial vehicle automation happens. And we expect new distribution models to emerge where autonomous vehicles carry freight over the road on the major highways of the United States, and then freight transfer stations will be available outside of city centers for local distribution trucks to pick up and deliver the final mile. Autonomous vehicles will provide better fuel economy through consistent operation and increased freight efficiency through longer operating hours. Autonomy will work for drivers, providing increased opportunity for those last mile delivery routes that allow them to be home every night. Washington can help provide leadership, or can provide leadership in transportation by removing barriers to testing autonomous vehicles, through supporting the development of the technical workforce that will build, deploy, manage, and service these vehicles. And finally, we have the opportunities to promote the freight and vehicle efficiency and safety benefits for the autonomous driver. And with that, I'll hand the presentation over to our Aurora team.
Hey there, the Aurora team is here. I think staff was going to present for us. I think it's coming up. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you all for the opportunity. I'm Mufaddal Izzi, and I'm the Director of Public Affairs and State and Local Government Relations here at Aurora. With me, I have my colleague, Kenny Quinn, who's a technical program manager and is actually working very closely with the PACCAR team on the partnership between Aurora and PACCAR on autonomous L4 trucking initiatives that we have going. So very excited to be here. In fact, as Rima and some of the other members of the task force know, I actually had an opportunity to serve as a member of the executive committee with this group not too long ago. And so it's nice to be back and engage in this discussion and be provided the opportunity to kind of talk with you a little bit here today about this really important space. We've got our presentation divided up into kind of two sections today. I'm going to talk a little bit about the company, our mission, our goals, and perhaps importantly, how we sort of approach our work as a values-driven company. And then I'm going to hand it over to Kenny to talk a little bit about the sort of technical elements of autonomous trucking, sort of the key elements of the Aurora driver, and kind of how we're partnering with PACCAR in this particular context, and then get into some of the opportunities for Washington as well. So that's just kind of an overlay here. Why don't we go ahead and move to the next slide. So again, Aurora was founded in 2017, and our mission is to deliver the benefits of self-driving technology safely, quickly, and broadly. And this is really sort of core to everything that we do, and we're very mission driven. And our leadership has put quite an emphasis on the order of these words as well. This idea that safety is first, and then following that, understanding that the benefits of safety and some of the other things that you talked about today are very important to get out there quickly. And so we're working with urgency. And then as the conversation with PACCAR demonstrates, we're looking to deploy this technology broadly as well, because we believe that the benefits of autonomy out there in the ecosystem can be really beneficial across a number of really important use cases, trucking being the one that we're talking about here today. So safely first, quickly with urgency, and then certainly with some breadth in terms of how we're deploying the Aurora Driver. Why don't we go ahead and move to the next slide? So these are statistics I think that this work group and executive committee is intimately familiar with, not just in the context of the conversation today, but I think over the course of the last several years that this group has been meeting, right? We understand and know very well the statistics around road safety and the role that autonomy can play in improving those really tragic numbers. We know kind of the challenges that folks face with disabilities and other mobility challenges, and the role that autonomy can play in helping change their lives. We have had a lot of discussion today around sort of the logistics space and what the opportunities really are for delivering freight and improving our logistics system throughout the country in a rather significant way with autonomy. And then certainly overall kind of improving lives in general with autonomy and its variety of different applications, certainly safety being one of them, mobility being another, and freeing up people to do other things besides drive. So those are just some of the benefits, I think, again, that we're all aware of, but really underpin some of the work that we're out to do here as Aurora and other colleagues in the industry are out to do as well. Let's go ahead to the next slide. So our team is something that we really talk about a lot, that we're really proud of here at Aurora. Again, we were founded in 2017, and our three co-founders are really leaders sort of in this space. And so Chris Urmson is our CEO and one of our co-founders. He was head of the Google self-driving car project and came out of the DARPA challenges. He's a CMU, a roboticist, and very, very skilled engineer who's been leading our efforts here at Aurora. Sterling Anderson, who used to be at Tesla, also an MIT roboticist who has been leading our team here as a co-founder. Drew, also a CMU roboticist who was at ATG for some number of years before he joined our team. And then we also have Nat Buse, who you may have been aware of, who's been active in sort of safety issues, vehicle safety issues for a number of years as a 20-year career over at NHTSA as an executive before coming over to be our VP of safety here at Aurora. So that's just a little bit of an insight into kind of our leadership team and sort of the emphasis we put on really strong folks that are going to help build this driver and take it over the line for us. Let's go to the next slide. Our values are also very, very important to us. We're intently focused on kind of this mission that we're out to achieve that I just sort of highlighted a minute ago. We want to be reasonable. We try to have a no-jerk sort of an environment at our company. We're setting outrageous goals because what we're really set out to do here is really big and really potentially transformative, as you've heard about today. We're operating with integrity. This one in particular is one that we all sort of aspire to within the company, which is this idea that we really strive to do what's right, even if it's going to slow us down or potentially make us less money. Operating with integrity is really sort of a core value for us. And then winning together. And, that is certainly kind of within the company, but then sort of with our external partners as well, including our government and other sort of stakeholders that, overall, what we're trying to do here is really transform sort of the transportation ecosystem for the benefit of people in our communities. And so in that particular context, we're always looking to work with folks, reach out, create transparency, and build some of these systems in a way that makes sense for the communities that are going to be best served by them. Let's go to the next slide. We're about 1,600 employees spread across the US. We have a sizable sort of population in the Bay Area, both in terms of offices and then also in terms of our test site network. We have an operation that's growing sort of in the Dallas-Fort Worth area where a lot of our trucking operations are located. We have a pretty significant facility in Bozeman, Montana, which is actually the product of an acquisition that we had, a very important LiDAR company that's really powering kind of our perception capabilities, particularly in the context of trucking that Kenny's going to talk about in just a minute. And then a pretty significant facility in Pittsburgh as well. We do have a handful of folks in Seattle that we're really excited about. Primarily, it's sort of a software team that's based out there, but we do have a footprint in Washington as well. So again, about 1,600 plus employees and growing. And if you look at that number there on the bottom left, 1,400 plus of those are focused on product and engineering. So we have a lot of people that are spending a ton of time really kind of making sure that the Aurora Driver is well suited to kind of do the things that we're setting out to do here, particularly in the context of trucking as we're discussing today. Let's go to the next slide. So here I'm going to turn it over to Kenny to talk a little bit about our technology, more specifically how we're thinking about the Aurora Driver, how we're thinking about safety, and then how we're also partnering with companies like PACCAR. So take it away, Kenny.
Great. Thanks, Mufaddal. Hi, everyone. I'm really honored to be here today to speak a little bit about the technology we've been developing and what we've been up to recently with the Aurora Driver. So next slide, please. First, I wanted to give a quick description of what we mean when I say the Aurora Driver. That term is used to describe a set of software, hardware like sensors and computer, and offboard services that are designed and developed by Aurora. This collection is also called a self-driving stack, and it allows us to operate vehicles like the Peterbilt 579 or the Kenworth T680 autonomously without the need for a driver or human intervention. In the next few slides, I'll talk through some of the development progress we've been making with the Aurora Driver. Next slide, please. First, I wanted to make a note on our approach to development. Self-driving cars generally are an applied science problem, and the industry is kind of graduating from this research and development phase, but it's certainly not conventional product development. So at Aurora, we structure our organization to focus on solving the hard science problems and build partnerships with OEMs, fleets, and carrier networks to turn that science into products. We believe in principles of fueling the rocket, which means making investments in the fundamentals early. So in this analogy, while it looks like the rocket is sitting static at a launch pad for a long time, once it's carefully built and tested, incredible velocities are possible. So instead of spending time on splashy demos, we've been focusing a lot on core technologies and capabilities. And I thought I'd spend some time today talking about a couple of those major early investments we feel are important, particularly for the AV trucking and freight space. Next slide. So one key example of these early development investments is FirstLight, Aurora's in-house LiDAR solution, based out of Bozeman, Montana, as Mufaddal mentioned. So along with cameras and radar, LiDAR is widely used by self-driving vehicles to detect the environment around them, an act we call perception. That said, operating large, heavy trucks at highway speeds safely requires that an AV's perception system be able to detect and track objects that are further and faster and with greater precision than ever before. And FirstLight is a critical piece of technology that allows us to do so. So traditional LiDAR systems work by emitting brief pulses of light at a fixed frequency and waiting for those pulses to bounce off something and then return to be detected. In contrast, this FirstLight LiDAR operates on a principle called frequency modulated continuous wave. So it sends a continuous stream of light that changes or modulates frequency. This not only allows us to see further, which is beyond 300 meters, it also allows us to get an instantaneous measurement of speed of an object, which is particularly important in letting us know, for example, if something is coming towards us or going away from us. It turns out this technology is also much less susceptible to interference from other sensors or even sources like the sun, meaning the measurement is much more reliable. So in an environment like AV trucking, where seconds matter, FirstLight allows us to see objects sooner and more reliably, rationalize about them more quickly, and ensure our truck is always making the best decisions. Next slide. So while Perceiving the world around us is an important step. We need to make sure that the Aurora Driver is taking the right actions in that perceived environment. And we do this most effectively by making heavy use of simulation in our virtual testing suite. The best software companies will tell you that success comes by testing early and testing often. And virtual testing allows us to test more thoroughly, to find and address issues early, to develop new capabilities quickly, and to make on-road testing safer and more efficient. Every line of code that we write gets tested in simulation before getting put onto a vehicle. For example, when we were developing capabilities of making an unprotected left-hand turn, the Aurora Driver performed over 2 million unprotected turns in simulation before we even attempted one in the real world. These simulation tools allow us to test hundreds of thousands of miles of highway scenarios in just a few hours, accelerating our capability development and making sure that when we do operate in autonomy on the real world, we do so safely. Next slide. So First Light allows us to operate safely, and simulation allows us to develop quickly. It's also really important for us that the Aurora Driver is capable of being used broadly. As Mufadal said, we are a mission-driven company, and those three terms are core to everything we do. And so broadly to us means leveraging many of the benefits that we spoke about earlier. The Aurora Driver is fundamentally platform agnostic, meaning that it can be applied to vehicles of different makes, models, and classes. The sensors and computer that we use on a Class 8 truck are the same that we use on a passenger car. This was really put to the test when we received our first pack of trucks and were able to install the Aurora Driver hardware and software from a minivan onto the truck and had the truck up operational in autonomy in the matter of weeks. Personally speaking, it was really fortunate that we were able to hit those timelines because driving trucks around is much, much more fun than working on minivans. Let's go to the next slide. A couple things as we wrap up. There are some items I wanted to make sure we spent time on, and the first of which is safety. Over 40,000 people died in motor vehicle crashes last year. And when self-driving technology is deployed broadly, it will save lives and make our roads safer. But that only becomes possible when we all put safety first. And that requires a holistic approach. So at Aurora, we foster a safety culture, which considers the safety of technology and the safety of the company. This includes a safety management system, which is an organizational approach used by industries like commercial aviation. It also includes a safety case framework, which is a structured argument supported with specific evidence that our driverless vehicles are acceptably safe to operate on public roads. The work we're doing with PACCAR to develop a truck with the required redundancy and reliable safety mechanisms is paramount to being able to accomplish this. And next slide. And so finally, to close out, I just wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about what this looks like in the real world. Aurora's first product will be in trucking, working with partners to deploy the Aurora Driver-powered trucks on logistics networks. We'll start in focused areas, offering the driver as a service, and then expand in scale and new environments before tackling additional use cases, such as passenger mobility and local goods delivery. I hope that just with this brief background, you all are as excited as we are to see where this goes. And I think that closes us out.
It does, yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, so questions or comments for the panel, and we can start with any one of the panelists. Any questions?
Representative Banky has his hand raised.
Representative Banky.
Thanks, Jim. Appreciate it. Thanks, Kyle and the team. It definitely is impressive hearing all the work and their dedication you guys have done as a team to get to this far and continue going further. You mentioned early on, and my question kind of gets back to a lot of the data and the software that you guys are working with. Are we really focusing on cybersecurity? We've seen recently the hacks at the oil, pipeline, things that are interrupting a lot of our logistics, supply chain economics. and things that impact our economy. Can you touch on more of that cybersecurity aspect of when you're sharing this data, transmitting it throughout, how that can be secured as we move forward in this logistics? Appreciate it.
Probably be a good idea for Allison and Kenny to respond to that one.
Yeah, so from the truck side, truck perspective, a lot of the redundancy and the architecture to protect the actuators from outside interaction and a close tie to the Aurora driver is our top concern. And so that will be built into the safety of the actuation of the vehicle. So Kenny, if you want to touch on from the driver perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, as Allison mentioned, cybersecurity is kind of a systems level approach, right? And comes in the aspect of gating functions of the vehicle, making sure that we're working with PACCAR to have a strong wall of security between vehicle actuation and external actors is one of the big aspects of developing this truck. Separately, the data collected by the Aurora driver and transmission of that having cybersecurity layers on it using kind of industry leading practices is one of the big things that we focus on during our development.
Mr. Chairman, may I add to that?
Yes, by all means, Ross.
I just to echo the importance of cybersecurity, Representative. We actually developed a program at ATA amongst all truck manufacturers and about 7,000 motor carriers in the United States, actively participating in a program called Fleet Cywatch, and it's actually an ISAL. It's an information sharing analysis organization out of ATA. This is something that previous presidents and administrations have supported organizations to develop, and we developed it for the trucking industry. So through that program, motor carriers can report cybercrime, manufacturers can as well, and we can stop cybercrime very early on before it starts. And there's been a lot of cybercrime happening in the trucking industry. There really has. Not a lot has been reported, and the FBI and DHS are very upset at that in a lot of ways because they're handling it themselves. And the more that we can share that knowledge is how other carriers and other manufacturers can help themselves from preventing it from happening to them. So that's something, just to give you an idea, that there are programs out there like this. We've partnered up with the Auto ISAC, which is a really big activity in the automotive industry, and they've also included trucking in there too. NHTSA actually just released a whole new draft of best practices for truck and car manufacturers, trailer manufacturers, to go by SAE standards, Auto ISAC best practices, a lot of different areas. And we're all working with that within the trucking industry.
Yeah, if I can add just a couple of comments to that. As Ross noted, PACCAR and most of the manufacturers in our industry are heavily involved with Auto ISAC and participate there in an in-depth effort to secure the vehicle. In addition to that, there's some major regulation that's coming in Europe from the UNECE regarding securing vehicles, much like data centers are secured today. And one of the things that'll be included in our autonomous vehicle platform is the architecture in order to comply with that. So all of these things at the component level, at the system level, and at the vehicle level will be incorporated. And of course, like Kenny mentioned earlier, we're going to do a tremendous amount of validation, both operationally and from a security perspective.
And quick follow-up, Kyle, can you send that info about the European guidance as soon as you get it? That'd be great to share with a lot of our team.
Yeah, happy to do that. I'll do that through REMA. The regulation in Europe is still developing, but there's a lot of information that's available today.
Thank you. We've got a number of questions coming in. I did notice that Representative Shelley Kloba joined us, so welcome, Representative Kloba. Question I have, following up Representative Bakey's question, is there a power failure or hack at a headquarters or control center, would all the AV trucks be left unsupervised? That the question was from Jeremy Oon.
Yeah,
So
maybe I
that-
can start an element of that. I think one thing that's particularly important to us is these vehicles are fully capable of operating safely by themselves. Every decision-making process that they need to do is all on board, and no external human intervention is required for them to fulfill mission and be safe while doing so. So in the event of loss of connection, the vehicle is still capable of being on the road doing what it needs to do.
Thank you, Kenny. As a technologist, I'm sure your cybersecurity people are working overtime, especially with your over-the-air updates, because that concerns me a little bit. So I have a question. Are there obstacles you see in the deployment and communication of AV freight in Washington State that this work group could or should be addressing? And that's to any of the panel members.
Well, I think I'll jump in first. I think one of the things we've always wanted the U.S. to strive for is consistency in highways and regulations and signage. And all of those things are things that we should continue to work on. I think as regulation begins to develop with the proposed rulemaking, consistency is what we're really hoping for, and coordination across states and at the federal level. And so that's something that we'd like to continue collaborating with the state of Washington on. I think we've been pleased with what we've seen in terms of enabling testing, but that's something that we'll need to continue, particularly as we progress toward a higher level of readiness for on-highway testing.
Thank you, Kyle. Appreciate it. Next, we'll hear from WashDOT Secretary Roger Millar. Roger?
Great, thank you. Two questions. One is the short term in terms of testing, and the other is longer term in terms of partnerships, public-private partnerships. Short term, what specific barriers remain to on-road testing in Washington State that we could help address while addressing, safety and the other concerns? It's a short-term question. And then long-term is, I know from our conversations that one of the barriers to partnership is protection of intellectual property. And we have a lot of representatives and senators, members of our legislature and other leaders here. What can we do to enable public-private partnership while protecting intellectual property and protecting the public's right to know? Thank you.
Well, Roger, I'll jump in first. I know that with all the coordination that we've done for testing in the state of Washington so far, we haven't run into any significant barriers, and we've been in the past testing level 1 and 2 solutions, in particular platooning, where we coordinated with the Washington State Patrol and DOT significantly when we did that on-road testing. And frankly, we didn't run into any barriers that precluded us from being able to test. It was actually a very pleasant experience, and everybody was very cooperative and interested. I think as we move through the program that we're working with Aurora on, we will get to a point where we're ready to take on some level 4 on-highway testing. That'll be a few years from now. But at the time that we do that, what we really want to see is the kind of cooperation and the kind of collaboration that we saw from the state before. I was really pleased all the way through. We've had good experience in the state of Washington, and I can't say that that's been the case with all states.
Glad to hear that. And then on the partnerships, we're doing a virtual communications center in the central Puget Sound where all of the emergency responders and traffic management people are going to be working together. And working with the trucking community would add a benefit to both the public and the private side. But we keep running into the barrier of intellectual property. Would any of you care to speak about the importance of that and any suggestions that industry might have for how we address that? Because there are very legitimate concerns about government data being open data. And then there are also very legitimate concerns about protecting the investments you've made.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and respond to that one as well. And, you know, Mufaddal and Kenny, please jump in. There's no doubt that the level of investments and the level of proprietary and intellectual property information that is involved in these programs is of really significant concerns to all of us that are involved. And but that being said, I think it'd be worthwhile for a deeper engagement to explore the opportunity and really to find out what, you know, where our concerns are, and see if we can alleviate those concerns to the point that we could provide the data that would represent value to the state. Anything that we can do that would, you know, reduce congestion, improve safety, and overall efficiency of the transportation system would be good for all of us. So I think it is something that I know I'll speak for PACCAR that we'd be happy to get around a table and explore further.
Other questions or comments? I'm not seeing any.
Oh, Mr. Chair, Shelley Baldwin has her hand up.
Oh, Shelley, by all means.
Thank you. Shelley Baldwin, Washington Traffic Safety Commission. I've really enjoyed the presentations today. I was really interested in kind of a mention of a EV goal of zero emissions, or, you know, I thought it's a big stretch goal and it's wonderful. Washington State has a big stretch goal that's wonderful about zero traffic fatalities and serious injuries. So when we talk about AVs, especially when we get into the level 4s and 5s, what I hear from some people who are not in the industry is a concern about safety. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about your safety approach, maybe around safety principles, like when you have to make a choice, the trolley car kind of piece. What is your kind of full philosophical approach to safety, and are you interested in joining a zero fatal goal as well?
Well, I'll jump in first. I know Aurora and PACCAR have explored this in detail together, and our program really is deep in the what we call functional safety analysis, making sure that the combined solutions between our two companies are ultimately better than any driver you'd find on the road. And it's something that we're very, very focused on. And that's where simulation, very deep testing, and then very deep validation of all the systems and the vehicle with the automated driver on it before it ever hits a public road. And, you know, one of the things that's going to be very true about our collaboration between PACCAR and Aurora is that we will look each other in the eye and make darn sure that we've thought of everything we could possibly think of before we begin doing road testing. And even then, the road testing in the beginning will have a safety driver in it who can intervene and take over at any time. And only when a route is completely validated and proven and has gone through detailed analysis will we release it for driverless operation. And so this is a really, really important goal to us. You know, I think we haven't come out publicly with any specific communication like you suggested, but it's definitely something we're discussing. So I think it's something that's going to be very important. There are a lot of concerns about ADAS systems and autonomy systems both, and I think all of us in the industry and all of us in government, we all need to do what it takes to make the solution safe, and then to also build communities of understanding about how the technologies operate and what they represent to all of us as citizens. It's going to take some time to overcome that.
Other questions
Just
or
to-
comments? Oh, yes.
Just to
go
add
ahead.
real quick to Kyle, Shelley, there are almost 30 voluntary safety assessments on NHTSA's website, Aurora included on there. And not reading all of them, but reading a good majority actually explains and describes a lot of the safety scenarios and provides a lot of backup data. But to Kyle's point, there's checking, double checking, triple checking. There's a lot of redundancy systems on these trucks, and even without the AV component to the extra components, the automated steering function, without an automated driving system component to that alone, has a lot of engineering and science behind it. And it's all laid out to the public and to the government's knowledge of how they're designed and how any questions that couldn't be answered here. There's a lot more details, let's just say, on those DSSAs on NHTSA's website.
And it's Mufadal with Thor. I think I certainly echo all the comments that Kyle just made and Ross as well. And I think the one additional piece that I would just kind of embellish is this idea of an operational design domain. So, as you think about sort of the levels of autonomy, right, the L4 kind of level of autonomy is really in the context of a particular, operational design domain or an ODD. And, what were the claims that we're making, are in the context of a particular set of circumstances. And so that set of circumstances, the weather conditions, the type of, freight that may be hauled, the roadway that it's operating on, the times of day, all of those sorts of things are tested, validated in the context of that particular operational design domain, which is essentially the difference between L4 and L5. And so I just want to add that kind of level of granularity into the discussion, that whenever we're talking about these issues, it's typically in the context of a specific operational design domain that we're making claims around safety for. So
Thank you.
Okay, and then Rima has a question, but I have a quick question also, kind of piggybacking on Shelley's question. When it comes to technology, obviously the public needs to be educated, and we need to have outreach programs in order for them to understand these technologies. I'm wondering if the three of you could talk about your different outreach programs and what you're doing to educate the public on these technologies.
I'll go first a little bit. For advanced driver assistance systems, it's actually been ATA's policy for automatic emergency braking, which is one component of many different types of ADAS technologies. But it's always the priority one. It's always the one everyone's talking about most of. There's good reason for it. But we've positioned ATA's priorities to have automatic emergency braking on all commercial vehicles. We've supported that method since 2015, and not just mandating it, but supporting more education, more research, more incentivized programs like relaxing the FETs and then a lot of different credits and incentives like that motor carriers can adopt a lot more easier for them to then faster adopt the technology and deploy it. But that program, Techcelerate Now, which is ran by Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, is a 2-year program that started last year. Probably one of the worst years to start a program because there was supposed to be a lot more trade show to it. We were supposed to hit up 15 different types of events and trade shows in 2020 and literally develop products and materials and talk to the industry about advanced driver assistance systems. That's continuing this year. We're hoping to continue it for 4 more years even after this, because identifying 12 different ADAS technologies, automatic emergency braking is just one of the 12 that we are sharing a lot of webinars. We're creating a lot of public events. A lot of materials are all online right now. We actually created 4 videos that captured all 12 of those technologies that we were able to develop even during COVID last year. And they're actually really entertaining videos. They're really good. Not so heart-wrenching impact like your Honda or Ford or other types of commercials you may see on TV, especially during like Super Bowl. But FMCSA and DOT work together with ATA, ATA's TMC, ATRI, and the OIDA Foundation on developing a lot of knowledge around these advanced safety technologies that are available today and can be added to your common and most marketable Class 7 and Class 8 tractor. Now, many of the other ones are also available throughout your Class 3 through Class 8 vehicle. A lot of people don't really see that there's about 130 different types of truck models in the industry today that you can purchase from, ranging from Class 3 through Class 8. Class 8 has about 50 of them. So there's a huge impactful difference of how many different types of vehicles are out there, what types of technologies can go on them as an ADAS component, and then what the capabilities of they are. So yes, tons of education is happening right now with FMCSA in our divisions, including PACCAR's support of a lot of technologies they're adding to their top models of truck brands. So there's a lot of ADAS out there. And just like my presentation before, FMCSA's ACE program, the ConOps program, there's a lot of other programs out there, a lot of education and research happening for ADS, automatic driving systems as well.
Do either of the other panelists want to discuss that?
Yeah, I'm happy to dive in, Mr. Chairman. You know, there's so many different sort of elements to kind of the community sort of engagement, kind of broader kind of education piece. Just a couple of examples for us. So, you know, where we have significant facilities, like for example, in the Bay Area, you know, Montana, Pittsburgh, Texas, et cetera, you know, when circumstances allow, we're trying to bring community stakeholders in to kind of see and touch the technology, right? Because some of this stuff can be a little bit new to folks, and for communities that don't understand it and, you know, are interested in, hey, what does this mean for my neighborhood or for the highway that runs through my community? You know, it's oftentimes really helpful to bring people in to kind of see and touch the technology and get a feel for it and start to get accustomed to what it might mean for them. And then, you know, at a bigger picture level, there's organizations, just as an example, called PAVE, Partners for Automated Vehicle Education, that we and many other folks in the industry are part of. There's academics there, there's you know, various state departments there, there's various other kind of municipal agencies there as well, where we sort of collaborate around sort of strategies to educate the public, whether it's sort of in the media or through events and things like that, to really start to kind of pull back the curtain a little bit and help folks be able to understand and appreciate what autonomy really is and what it could mean for their communities, and begin to answer some questions that folks may be wrestling with. So those are just a couple of examples for you.
Yeah, I think on the PACCAR level, our approach is a little different. We're not really a business to consumer business. Our customers are primarily fleet operators, and of course our supply base supports us, and so we're spending a lot of time educating and collaborating and helping people build understanding around particularly level 4, but also level 2 autonomy within our industry. And you know, one of the things that we've done to facilitate that is open a lab in Silicon Valley, California. And what that really does is it gives us the ability to bring customers in and to get them up close with the technology, maybe, you know, a visit to Aurora and deepen their understanding. We've been doing that for about 4 years now, and it's really been beneficial both for us and for our customers. I think as time goes on and we move further down the line, approaching industrialization of the solution set, I think we'll much more broadly address the public. But one of the things I'd say at this point is that there's still quite a bit left to do before we're ready for the industrialization phase, and you know, the understanding and the alleviation of concerns is something that will take that time, and so we're taking a very measured approach to this, and doing it very closely with our partners, both at the ATA and at the broadly in Washington, D.C. and on the state level, but also with Aurora. And so we think it's a journey, and it's going to take some time.
Thank you so much, Kyle. Thank you, everyone, all the presenters. We've got time for one more question, and the question is from Anna Zivarts. Question about the plan to transition from autonomous freight to last mile, and what infrastructure you envision for that, how that will impact existing communities.
Well, I'll get started there. I think when you think about the operational domain of level 4 autonomy for heavy trucks, it's really going to be involved with what we call the major mid-mile drive, and that's the long haul on the highway. And in order to facilitate that, there will need to be transfer hubs next to the highway or near the highway that need to be established at the beginning and end of the drive. And then for when they go into operation, these will have the local haul bring the trailer with a traditional driver, say a day cab truck, into the transfer hub, drop the trailer, connect it to the automated vehicle, and then launch the vehicle. And then on the other end, the opposite will happen. And, Allison talked a little bit about this in her presentation. We think, one of the real issues with attracting drivers today for long haul is the amount of time that a driver will be away from home. Typical long haul driver that goes cross country will be away from home for 2 weeks before they arrive back. And one of the things that's very desirable about the model that we just spoke about is that the transfer drivers from the local distribution center to the transfer hub, they'll only do short regional hauls, and as a result, they'll be home every night. And we think that'll really help. That'll really help in reducing the fatigue associated with being a long haul driver. And one of the things that will occur as autonomy takes off is that the number of drivers needed for those regional hauls to deliver to transfer hubs will grow dramatically. And so we're really enthusiastic about that because of the situation that we've faced in our industry forever, that every time freight reaches a peak demand, there's a significant shortage of drivers. So we're enthusiastic about that. But one of the main things that will need to be established are all those transfer hubs, and it's something that'll be coming really on a route by route basis as autonomy is deployed.
Thank you so much, Kyle. I appreciate it. We have reached the end of this presentation. I want to thank Ross Froat, Director of Technology and Engineering Policy of American Trucking Association, Kyle Quinn, Chief Technology Officer at PACCAR, Allison Cochran, PACCAR Technical Lead, Daryl Oster, Chief Engineer, Zero Emissions at PACCAR, of course, Kenny Quinn, Technical Program Manager and Partner Products and Programs at Aurora, and Mufado Enzi, Director of Public Affairs, State and Local Government Relations. Thank you all for your presentations today. We really appreciate the work that you've done and the time that you took to come and speak with us today. We are at our break, so we'll go ahead and take our break. I'll ask that you turn your cameras off and mute yourselves, and we will be back at 12:15. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. I hope you all had an enjoyable quick bite to eat there. Next, we're going to go ahead and hear from Blaine Leonard, Transportation Technology Engineer at the Utah Department of Transportation, and Scott Shogun, Vice President of WSP USA. Blaine.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm actually going to get this one started before we switch over to Blaine. But good to be with you all today, and yeah, I'm excited to hear Blaine's presentation. We wanted to give some context and a bit of a tee up to that on why we invited Blaine here to talk with you all today. So obviously, been a very interesting past year for everybody in every aspect, but certainly for the development of automated vehicles, it's been an interesting year as well. So a tremendous amount of progress with this group, but really an opportunity to also kind of look at what kind of shifts have happened in the industry and how do we kind of adapt the work group to them as well, and acknowledge those shifts and perhaps pivot focus of the work group to match them. So what have we seen in the past year? I think and year plus, this is certainly not just pandemic related. but also really just more symptomatic of the industry kind of settling into an R&D rhythm at this point. So we've seen, companies shifting towards road testing in strategic locations, really trying to advance the state of the technology, but less of the splash perhaps that we saw a few years ago, and a lot of the industry really trying to gain some traction from a business standpoint. So we've kind of seen those shifts along the way, and we wanted to talk about that a little bit today. Talk about some of the challenges with kind of preparing for the broader context of CAV or CAT, and really talk about how can we use that to revisit and look at direction for the subcommittees, direction for the work group overall, in the context of what's happening today. So let's start with this discussion around CAV readiness. So kind of at its core, I think we all understand the work group to be, to have a focus in part on CAV readiness. How can the state of Washington be prepared for what's coming, help facilitate what's coming? And that is that's a concept that's extremely challenged from multiple standpoints. One is that there's not a national standard, not a national context for that and what readiness means, and a clear need for consistency from state to state. That creates a real challenge for any individual state to really aggressively move forward. Why you hear so much of this, we need to, wait and learn more type of approach that's happening in a lot of places. There's, different starting points for different agencies in terms of this readiness concept. Clearly, just in terms of capabilities, a huge range of that, and really a lack of national vision makes that even harder. So, we've got several different areas that we need to be looking at from a readiness standpoint, but just a lack of a cohesive vision across that means we've seen incremental progress, but really been challenged to see a big step forward and to have kind of clear line of sight into how we approach that. So that has made this area challenging. Another big area of focus that we've been looking at and talking about a lot as a work group is testing. And a lot of what we're going to talk about over the next 40 minutes or so is really related to testing. And we've heard a lot about that all through the presentations today. Some great information. So this map is compiled by NHTSA, really looking at what testing is happening in what locations. And there's a big range of types of testing that have occurred. We heard about that again all through the day today. We've got testing at controlled sites that are all off-road, different types of sites. We see demonstrations that are happening in particular corridors. We see on-road testing that is now increasingly happening. Some of that with a safety operator, some of that fully driverlessly. And we've also seen deployments of services as well. So we're starting to see, while all of this I think would be dubbed in the testing phase, we're starting to see actual deployments of services in some contexts as well. And you can see kind of how that breaks down between the types of environments that we see that testing happening in. So this is kind of the composite of all of the testing that's being tracked around the country right now. The majority has now moved to on-street, even though we still do see a lot of testing in a lot of different contexts. And also notably, a lot of the activity that we're seeing on the testing side is shuttle testing. So that's something that we haven't talked about a ton today. We're going to talk about more coming up. Still kind of the predominance of the vehicle type, low-speed shuttles, but again, significant amount of testing happening in cars and delivery robot, heavy trucks, some of the other things that we've talked about today as well. But let's talk about kind of the where and when of that. And I'm sure you can see as you look at the map, some clusters kind of emerge in this. And by no means is this meant to be comprehensive, but we wanted to look at some of these clusters and really explore a little bit more. Why is the testing happening in some of these locations? And at risk of repeating some of the great presentation from the University of Washington this morning, I'll try to tread lightly on the regulation side, which we heard a lot about in much more detail than we have here, but talk really about some of the business factors that have driven some of the testing and the ways that that has happened. So let's start with California. We're going to really start with two locations, if you will, California and Michigan, and I think it'll be obvious why we kind of start there. So California, clearly from a business standpoint, the presence of the tech of a huge base of technology companies that are focused on development of the technology stack side of vehicle automation really drove early testing activities in California. So that is the predominant reason why we saw California out early on this. In some cases, in spite of the regulatory footprint that they have put on there, but we also saw as a result of that some shifts to other adjacent states. California did invest, and there was an investment called Momentum Station out of Contra Costa County in a what is now a privatized off-road facility for AV testing. That has happened out there as well. So there are examples of investment like that where we've seen California pushing on the testing environment. But a lot of this is really related to the presence of the industry in California that's driven a lot of that. Michigan, similarly. Michigan, of course, home to the U.S. auto industry. Most of the auto industry R&D is located in Southeast Michigan, and that's where we really saw, a lot of the momentum coming from in terms of testing in Michigan. There was also a significant amount of public investment. The state of Michigan clearly saw this as a very critical economic development play. The importance of retaining testing in the state, investing in facilities such as M-City at the University of Michigan, in the American Center for Mobility, both of those being purpose-built AV testing facilities that are off-road, as well as significant investment in on-road infrastructure for connectivity and other investments such as that. Michigan also organized from a business standpoint around kind of an umbrella known as Planet M that was really meant to kind of coalesce the economic development sides of this. So, so clearly we saw Michigan very much coalescing around the economic development reasons to keep testing in the state. Arizona, a little bit of a different story. Arizona certainly didn't start with having kind of the gravitational pull of the industry there, but it did have two things, some adjacency to California, some really good weather and flat roads, as was talked about quite a bit this morning, and a light regulatory footprint here, allowing a lot of things to happen quickly. And we saw some of the testing that was happening in California migrate to Arizona over time, and really, again, fueled in part by the ability to test, continuously there in good weather conditions, which was kind of an imperative of that early testing regime, is really where we saw a lot of that momentum build in Arizona. Ohio, so similar to Michigan, kind of auto industry adjacency, if you will, quite a significant auto industry footprint in Ohio that has prompted a lot of testing activity. But additionally, a lot of the origin of the testing that we've seen in Ohio has really been driven by significant investment at the federal level. So Ohio was the recipient of several significant federal grants that have propelled forward their program, including the Smart Cities grant for the city of Columbus, and also a grant for the US 33 Smart Corridor just outside of Columbus, as well as some other ones. There's been investment in the Transportation Research Center in Marysville, Ohio, as an off-road testing facility. So again, Ohio, I think, going very heavy in securing grants and finding opportunities that way, as well as some investment for that clear economic development importance in Ohio as well. And finally, Florida. So Florida, we've really saw a bit of a parallel with Ohio in that while it didn't have the industry base to begin with, Florida invested very heavily early in making a play towards this industry. Clearly, while there is a wet weather component to Florida, the warm weather ability to test year round, created an advantage. Florida really looked at regulation as a way to induce this, as well as investment in facilities such as SunTrax, some significant federal grant opportunities, and investment in a lot of AV shuttle pilots as well was key to what was happening in Florida. So a lot of different reasons that testing has landed in these places, but we wanted to kind of paint this picture. And again, this is certainly not comprehensive of what's happening entirely around the country, but just to provide this context of some of the business reasons that testing is kind of coalescing in some of these areas, a lot of the more organic testing that's happening, where it's happening and why, the ties to industry, and also, of course, to weather, to kind of urban form and geography, things that really drove this kind of initial testing. And we wanted to give that as a backdrop and some context to say that there are limitations to kind of that organic testing, where that's migrating to and how that's happening. And while, the point was made this morning that as testing, as the technology gets more robust, is that testing may be moving to more challenging climates to do that testing. That's been a slow process, and there are places that are fulfilling those needs now. So let's look at that in the context of, of Washington, and explore that a little bit more as we get into our discussion later. But we wanted to pivot from that first, and now I'll take this opportunity to introduce Blaine. So Utah, I think, somewhat acknowledged this dynamic that was happening, and took an interesting approach to how they accomplished some of their testing goals and what they wanted to do as a state and learn as it came to AV. So that's really where we wanted to introduce in Blaine now, who's a transportation technology engineer for UDOT, to really talk more about their project and what they accomplished over the last couple of years in terms of testing and exploration of AV technology there. So I'm going to stop sharing and let you take this over, Blaine, and turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you, Scott. And thanks to all of you for allowing me a few minutes in your meeting today to talk about what we've done. Hopefully, we've got something here that will be insightful for you. You can sort of learn from our experience here. I'm assuming you can see my slide there.
Yes, sir, we can.
Great, thank you. So I'm Blaine Leonard. I'm with Utah Department of Transportation, and in my role, I'm responsible for the things we do here relative to connected and automated vehicles and some other related transportation technologies. And Scott asked me to talk about our autonomous shuttle pilot project that we concluded last year. This was a fascinating project. It was done in conjunction with our transit authority, UTA, Utah Transit Authority, who operates the buses and trains in most of Utah, not all of Utah, but at least the Salt Lake City metro, larger metro area. And it was a good collaboration between the two agencies. We both had different things we wanted to achieve, but found a lot of synergy in those things. So here's just a quick summary of the goals we had for the project. We wanted to expose the public to automated vehicle technology and have a discussion with them. As you're well aware, public opinion polls show that most of our public don't trust automated vehicles and don't want to get in one, yet they've never seen one. They've never been in one. They've never touched one, and or they don't realize they've got level 2 autonomy on the new vehicle they just bought. And so we wanted to have a time to interact with them, educate them, find out what they thought, and as a subset of that, talk specifically to our policy influencers. And this photo here has a couple of officials in it. The man with the blue tie is now our Governor Cox. He was the lieutenant governor at that time. When he heard we were doing this shuttle project, he contacted us and said, I want to be the first one in. And so we did a little demo for him, and he walked in front of it to make sure it would stop and not run into him. And it was a great experience. We also, on a more practical sort of level, we wanted to understand the operational characteristics of the vehicle. What will it do? What will it not do? What does it take to own and operate one? How finicky is it? How do you maintain it, et cetera, et cetera? And from a transit standpoint, we really wanted to know, is this the kind of device that can be used as a first mile, last mile solution in a larger transit network? And UTA was very interested in informing their future transit planning by understanding whether this is an element that could be used. Back to the concept of people not trusting these, we also had a very focused interest in finding out what we could do, or rather, what influences people's trust. Are there things we can do? Are there things we can promulgate as part of our education program that make people more or less comfortable? And what builds their trust? And I'll talk a little bit about that. And then simply, we've done a lot of work with connected vehicles. We've deployed a fair amount of V2X technology. We're communicating with buses and snowplows and now some other fleet vehicles wirelessly. We wanted to see how this shuttle interacted in that system. Will it work in our V2X system? And so that was another goal. Here's a quick project overview. We leased one Easy Mile Generation 2 shuttle, and it's a low-speed electric shuttle, level 4 automation. It follows a very specific and defined path that is pre-programmed into the device. Pre-COVID, it had capacity for 12, 6 seated and 6 standing. We leased it for about 15 months from Easy Mile. The original lease was actually 12 months. And their lease agreement came with an operator. We decided we needed a second operator. And when I use the word operator, obviously, he's an onboard person who can take over control. You can see the joystick sort of hanging around his neck there in that little pouch. He can take over control if he needs to, but the vehicle drives itself. He's just there to kind of step in. He also turns out to provide a lot of interaction with riders. But anyway, we decided we needed a second one of those. By federal regulation, we had to have somebody in the vehicle at all times. We wanted to make sure we had long operating periods. And so UTA provided some additional funds, and Easy Mile hired a second operator. We also posted in many of our deployments hosts at the curbside, people to talk to riders before and after, answer questions, hand out some flyers, encourage them to answer a survey. We had a tablet survey, and also to encourage people to ride. And, hey, why don't you come wait for this? When it comes around, get on, that kind of thing. And so we staffed it that way. We originally planned this to be a 1-year deployment, and all told, the project was several years long. It took us about 10 months to, get our agreements together with the 2 agencies, figure out what we want to do, how we wanted to do it, and then about 6 months to procure the vehicle and get it here. And then we operated ultimately for 17 months. We had a service interruption in the middle. One of these vehicles had a problem in Ohio, and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration basically shut Easy Mile down for a few months while they worked through that problem. And so Easy Mile was nice enough to extend our lease and leave the vehicle with us. One of the things that the slide doesn't say is I think we pushed this a little too fast, and we got ourselves in a bind in a couple of cases. We probably needed just a little more time to get our act together as we pulled this together. As I'll show in a minute, we moved this around to a number of different sites, and each individual site required about 14 to 16 weeks of advanced planning, federal approval, because this vehicle doesn't meet federal motor vehicle safety standards. It has no steering wheel, has no rear view mirror, has no airbags. And so every place we put it, every individual location we put it, needed written approval from NHTSA, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. And sometimes, depending on their workload or depending on whether the government was shut down in December of 2019, or 2018, sometimes that took some time. And then you have to set it up on each site. So there was a time frame involved there. Here's a quick summary of the project costs. As you look through this quick summary, some of these costs are necessary. You have to have the vehicle, and so we have a lease cost. Some are optional things. We decided to do a bunch of public trust research. So that line item is something we added to the project, but you wouldn't have to do just to have the shuttle operate. So, there's detail behind all of these, but in essence, over the 17-month period, that's about what we spent together with the Utah Transit Authority. As I mentioned, we moved this shuttle around really to 7 different sites. There was a test track that we used, which is kind of the 8th site. I don't have that listed here. We originally considered 12 or 15 or 20 different sites, and we created a checklist to decide which sites met our criteria and which didn't. And we had a set of criteria. A number of these sites, since we were looking at this as a potential first mile, last mile solution in a transit network, a number of these sites had a light rail or commuter rail stop on the site. So we specifically selected the site so the shuttle could run from that site off to a destination. University of Utah was that way. The 1950 West Office Park west of Salt Lake City had some office buildings right off of North Temple Street. Station Park, north of the city, is a mixed use commercial development, a big parking lot, couple of big box stores, theater, office buildings. The transit stop, the train stop is quite a ways from some of the primary shopping areas, so the shuttle was a perfect fit there. A couple of conference centers, selected not necessarily because of transit, but because of the opportunity to expose a broad variety of people. We were at the Mountain America Expo Center during a gun show, during a car show, during a bridal show. We just wanted to expose a lot of different people. So over the course of 9 deployments on 7 sites, we went to the state capitol twice, went to the University of Utah twice. The vehicle was in service 119 days, and we safely transported about 6,800 riders. While we were doing this, we had a lot of people approach us and say, bring it to us. And so we had to deal with that. And frankly, many of those requests were for a 1-day or a 2-day deployment. And it's really not practical to do all the paperwork and the approvals and the setup to do a 1 or 2-day deployment and to fit it into the schedule we had. So most of those got turned down, but we had a hospital site we tried to do, and we just couldn't make the site work. There were too many constraints. We wanted to do that and really see how it worked on a sort of a closed hospital campus, but that didn't turn out. So as you remember, one of our goals was to get broad public involvement, and this variety of sites gave us some of that involvement with elected officials, both state and local. When we would go to these sites, in a few cases, we would kind of have a media day, and we would invite the local mayor and the city councilman, that kind of thing, and give them an opportunity to ride. One of these sites was near where I live, and I rode it with my mayor, who happens to live up the street from me. So we tried to do that kind of thing. We also, on several of these sites, in advance of deployment, invited the local emergency response groups, the fire departments, and those kinds of things down to see the shuttle, to talk about what would happen in case of an incident. We built an emergency response plan and kind of shared that with them. We had transit riders, obviously, student groups. We invited people with various disabilities. You can see a couple of photos here. One of our deployments was on the same street as a school for the blind. And so we invited a group of them over, and they pointed out some mistakes that we had made, and some mistakes on the physical configuration of the shuttle. So it was a very useful interaction. And then just a lot of general public. I brought my family down, and others did too. A lot of people took selfie photos, etc. So we got a broad public involvement. And as I indicated, we had a tablet survey. We got about 822 riders to respond to the survey, and a few people who didn't ride, who didn't want to ride. They answered the survey too. Interestingly, you can see in the word cloud off to the left, we asked people, what, if anything, makes you hesitant about including autonomous vehicles in transportation? And you'll notice the biggest word there is nothing. They thought it was fine. They thought it was great. And the second word really is drivers. They're worried about other drivers, not this vehicle, but the other drivers. 92% had never been in an automated vehicle, and 98% said they felt safe. 95% said it was a good complement to transit. And some of our riders actually, I think it was 12 to 15% of our riders actually used it as part of a transit trip. Now, you know, that's too high. I may be remembering that number wrong. That may be a little high, but some people did. They had a lot of questions. They interacted with us a lot, and we had good media coverage. We had one small incident, and of course the media covered that really well. A man fell off the seat, and when the vehicle stopped too fast, and banged up his face a little bit, and the media covered that, of course. So we learned some things from that as well. From a transit perspective, UTA concluded that this really does complement a regular transit system. And you can see the little chart here. In many measures, it was actually less expensive or more efficient than regular transit compared to a full-size bus. Now, that's an interesting conclusion when you realize that for a 12-person vehicle, this is a really expensive little box. And we don't have a driver, but we're still paying a guy to be on it. And I've always said, to make this really practical, we need to remove that person. But the numbers show that it's not bad. We think we would have had more riders had it been in a location permanently or semi-permanently. Most of our deployments were 2 to 4 weeks at a given site. Here's the number I said I thought was wrong. 11 to 15% of riders connected to transit. I still think that's a little high, but we got good feedback from people. The fact that it's electric makes it partially competitive. The service quality was a little lower than we would like, but not bad. We feel like that its best use is in a dedicated lane. You can deploy this on some of our sites we were deploying on private roads, sometimes on sidewalks, sometimes on public roads. The public roads have to be posted at less than 35 miles an hour. And we had a couple of places where there were large parking lots, and there's a lot of conflict that goes on that is a little bit confusing for the shuttle. If you can separate it from a lot of pedestrian cross traffic and a lot of other traffic in a parking lot, it makes it run a little bit better. And we think there could be some improved telematics to remotely monitor it. And those things are all are all sort of coming along. This vehicle operates solely on LiDAR. It's not looking at paint stripes. It's not looking at road markings. It's using its onboard LiDAR, which it has on the roof and on the corners, to see what's around it. It's seeing buildings, trees, signs, posts, and it's localizing itself. It's identifying its location based on all of that. In some cases, and you can see the sign there that says low-speed shuttle route, in some cases through open parking lots, it couldn't find its way well enough. We had to put these signs in so that the sign could be seen by the shuttle. The shuttle's not reading the sign. We didn't need words on the sign. It just needed to see a sign, a physical sign. So the LiDAR sensors are, it would be better if they were using more than just LiDAR, if they were meshing other kinds of sensor data with the LiDAR. We at times found the LiDAR to be a little oversensitive. If it rained hard, it would interpret those raindrops as something in its way, and it would slow down or stop. And dust from a construction site sometimes caused that problem. We had one case where it made a quick stop, and we think it was a moth that flew too close to the sensor. So there's some improvements that can be made. Battery life is great in sort of moderate weather. When we got in hot days with the air conditioning running all day, 6 or 7 hours is about what we got out of it. There were some challenges with it has an automatic wheelchair ramp. It has tie downs, securements inside the vehicle for wheelchair securing. Those could be improved. The ramp was a little finicky. It was a little too steep in some conditions. We could have done a better job. You can see the picture of the sign inside the shuttle, electronic sign. We can make announcements on that, show maps, show video. We could do more with better announcements, especially for those who are visually impaired. And there are some regulatory constraints. The approval process can be long and cumbersome. I'm not sure in the United States they're quite ready to approve being operating this without an operator, although I think under the right circumstance that could be done. And I'll talk about that a little more in a second. I mentioned that these are best to operate in low speed areas because they drive slowly. The route length is kind of limited. Nobody's going to ride it for an hour. And so, a 1.5 miles to 2 miles is kind of the limit on the length of a route from a practical sense. I talked about interaction with other vehicles. This vehicle and most of its competitors, similar type vehicles, are programmed to follow a route very specifically and not deviate from that route. So if somebody parks and sticks into the route a little too far, a long truck or somebody who didn't park carefully, this vehicle would not go around it. The operator had to take over and get around it. And again, there are other platforms that do a better job of that. But this one was a little troublesome that way, and that will come. Since we're looking at this as a potential transit component, at the end of the day, your transit buses go back to a central shop, and they're cleaned, and they're fueled, and they're maintained, and they're ready to go the next morning. Well, this shuttle doesn't go fast enough and isn't approved to drive on those roads, and it really needs to be stored within about 0.5 mile to 1 mile of where it's used. And so you now have this sense from this condition from a transit standpoint where you've got distributed vehicles, dispersed vehicles. So if you're going to have a bunch of these on a bunch of sites, your maintenance people have to get to all of those sites. These have to have storage locations and charging locations on the sites. In the winter, they don't charge well if it's too cold, so they need to be indoor storage locations. And the vehicle is almost 10 feet high. So a standard parking garage sometimes doesn't work. So we learned a lot of things about sort of on-site maintenance. I mentioned we wanted to do test communication with our signals using, in this case, DSRC wireless communication, and we got that to work just fine. We didn't use it actively on any of our deployments, but we tested it in a couple of locations, and that worked quite well. I mentioned that we wanted to understand public trust and what makes people trust these kinds of vehicles. So we brought in a team of cognitive psychologists from the University of Utah. And in phase one, what they did was they surveyed about 236 riders and asked them a lot of questions about their experience, and discovered some things that I don't think are terribly, they're reasonably obvious, I suppose. We trust things after we've had reliable positive experiences. If we ride it and we feel safe, we're comfortable with it. And the more we ride it with safety, the more comfortable we are with it. So positivity increases with more experience. And we get comfortable with the reliability of the automation. We learned some things we hadn't thought about the operator. If you put this in context of a regular bus driver, we think of a bus driver as a guy who drives a person who drives the bus, but they do more than that. They're a source of information to the riders. You know, where is this bus going? When does it stop, et cetera, et cetera. It's a person who helps people get on and off, who needs some kind of assistance. It's a person who deals with unexpected challenges or problems, a crash or a deviation in the route. It's a person who provides some kind of a sense of comfort or security. And so if we're going to replace the human on board the vehicle not only has to drive, the automation has to replace these functions. And I don't think we had really thought about that. And this study kind of brought that out. And from a transit standpoint, that's an important insight. And many decades ago, public transit not only had an operator, but in some places had host isn't the right word, but another person on board who was kind of a ticket taker and other kinds of things. And maybe transit needs to get to the point where they don't have somebody driving, but they still have the host on board. I don't know. That's one of the thoughts that sort of popped out of this. So we realized after doing this study that people's comfort was also considered the fact that there's a human operator on board. So the vehicle's driving itself, but I'm comfortable because, hey, there's a guy there that can take over if there's a problem. What role does that person have in me trusting the automation? So we decided that in order to really understand the development of trust, we needed to get rid of the operator. But we couldn't do that. We couldn't get permission to do that. And so we took the next best step and we disguised the operator. So the psychologists recruited 96 riders. And we did this on a student campus, but most of these riders were not students. And they recruited 96 riders and paid them a small fee and told them we were doing a survey, wanted to know how people thought these vehicles could function as a transit option on the campus. Half of those people rode with the operator that you can see in the upper right-hand corner picture, which you've seen before. Half of them got on the shuttle when it was empty. And right before the shuttle started down its path, a random student got on board. And you can see that in the lower right-hand picture. And that's our operator, but he's dressed as a student. And in many cases, he had headphones or earphones on. He's got a backpack. He doesn't interact. He looks like he's just a curious student riding the shuttle. And we were able to assess the responses and reactions and attitudes of the rider, when they were thinking that they were that there was not an operator on board. And post-rider surveys, after a bunch of other questions, we said, hey, did you know did you suspect that guy on the shuttle with you is an operator? And with one exception, they all said, I had no idea. So the disguise worked. We video recorded what was going on in the shuttle so we could watch the interaction, watch the activities, the facial expressions. Well, a lot of them had masks, the physical manifestations of the rider. And then we did structured interviews afterwards with these riders to find out what they thought about the shuttle. And it was a very interesting response, we discovered that automation was very effective at meeting the riders' needs. And we've got a full paper on both of these phases that are posted on our website that you can get. So when the disguised operator was there, the riders felt like the shuttle operated safely and reliably and responsibly. The people who were on without an operator did indicate sort of a lower comfort level with sort of feeling welcome and being comfortable from a safety standpoint in some cases. Felt like they could have used a little more information. But in general, most of the needs were being met. All of the riders, whether there was an operator or not, felt like the shuttle moved too slowly. And that may be something we can tackle if the site was a little more dedicated, the corridor was a little more dedicated, if you will. So we have a website in our group, the Transportation Technology Group. It's this upper link, transportationtechnology.utah.gov. And we have a full final report on this project that details all the sites and all the constraints, and a lot of pictures, and includes both of these trust studies as appendices. And there's also a project website that's still up. We set up a website when we deployed the shuttle so people would know where it was going to be and that sort of thing. And that site is still active as well. The report's not on that site, it's on their main website, but a lot of other things are on that site. Again, lots of pictures, descriptions of the site. So a lot of information there available for you if you're interested in more detail. So that's my presentation. Maybe a little longer than Scott wanted, sorry. But I appreciate being able to be with you today, and I'm happy to interact today or other times about what we've done here.
Blaine, thank you so much. And Scott, thank you both for the presentation today. We are a little bit behind, but we have a number of questions in the queue, so I'm going to go ahead and just get started. First question is a three-part question from Executive Committee member Justin Layton, Washington State Transit Association. It says, what was the cost per passenger, cost per service / revenue per hour, and average passengers per service revenue per hour?
This is Justin. Those questions were answered in a slide. I asked that before that slide came up. So I'm good to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Justin.
Great. I was going to go back to that slide. I won't. There we go.
Okay, next question is from Executive Committee member Representative Shelley Kloba from the legislature. It says, what can be done to give the public assurance that they are safe on the roadways in an automated vehicle or as another road user?
So I really think that we can talk a lot, but that the best way for people to be comfortable and be safe and feel safe is to experience it. The people who experienced it felt safe. The people we talk to that haven't experienced still look at me funny, kind of like, yeah, I'm not doing that. I really think that we need to touch and feel it. As humans, we don't trust what we don't understand. We don't trust what we haven't experienced. And I really think that's the best thing. And that was part of our goal, is to just get a lot of people to ride it. And I really think in the big picture, is as hard as that is with millions of people in a state, right? I just think it has to start there. And the word gets out, you know, somebody goes home and tells their brother, hey, I rode this, it was great. And then they come down and ride it. We think that's the most effective way to get that to happen.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Next question is from Executive Committee member Anna Zevarts from Disability Rights Washington. Question is, are you planning on hiring or have you hired disabled staff to ensure better accessibility?
So this was a one-time pilot, and we interacted with the disabled community on a number of cases to get their feedback, but we don't currently have a finite plan to put any of these into service. And speaking from the UDOT standpoint, we wouldn't do that anyway. It's not our business. But the Transit Authority is interested in doing this, but they don't have a finite plan yet. They're still looking at those options. And so I know they have, I can't speak for their hiring policies. So I probably can't really answer the question, but the question sort of infers that we're going to keep doing this, and that's not the case yet.
Understood. Okay, I invite executive committee members to turn on their video and ask questions if you have any. I don't see any other questions in the feedback or Q&A.
Mr. Chair, there's a question from Representative Kloba in the chat.
Yes, Representative Kloba.
Yeah, I think it's misleading to see who asked which question, but I had a question. I thought the feedback was very interesting, and drivers was one of the bigger words in the word salad there, or whatever those are called. And one of my concerns or things that I'm wondering is, as far as drivers, did anybody express any concern about, well, you know, my regular bus driver is going to lose their job if it would turn over to this? Were there labor type concerns like that?
So, you know, I wish I had somebody from UTA here to give you a better answer, but my understanding is I didn't hear much of that feedback from the public. We did hear, UTA did hear from some of their bus drivers who came to ride it or heard about it or saw it, who perceived that this was a threat to their job. And UTA's response generally was, look, this isn't going to replace any of our existing transit. This augments transit as a first mile, last mile. So what we believe this will do will generate more ridership for our existing fixed routes. And this will be a new service. So it wouldn't displace any existing staff or drivers. It may even add some in different kinds of roles. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you. It's helpful.
That's kind of the feedback that I'm aware of.
Thank you, Blaine. Last call for questions. Anyone else have a question?
Mr. Chair, if I could.
Yes, by all means.
Blaine, this was really great. Question about the funding aspect of this. I mean, you had them rounding up about $1 million cost. How did you have federal funds? Was it state funded? And did UTA provide investment as well as a partner?
Great question. This was almost entirely state funded and mostly UDOT funded. So the lessons learned report was actually funded through a federal ATC MTD grant as part of some other things. So out of the nearly $1 million, that was about 25,000. The rest of it was all state funded. The research was, I take that back. The public trust research had an element of federal funding in it. UTA provided $90,000, I think it was about $90,000 for the second operator. And they provided some resources. You noticed we branded the shuttle. We went in and put some striping on it and colored it up a little bit. UTA paid for that and had some of their existing contractors do that work. So in the big picture, their monetary contribution was relatively small. Most of this money came from UDOT, and most of it was state money.
Wonderful. Thank you, Blaine. Appreciate your taking time today to present this item to us. If there are additional questions, please email Rima and staff. We'll make sure that we get those questions to Blaine. So thank you again. Appreciate your presentation today. Scott, you're up.
Okay, back to me. And thank you, everybody. Thank you again, Blaine, for coming today and sharing that story. And you know, this is really the exercise that we're about to go through is a bit of a follow-on to what we just talked about. So executive committee members remember last summer, we kind of went through an exercise of really talking through what are some of the priorities for the work group going forward so that we could help kind of prioritize that. And we felt like this was an opportunity in time. We're almost a year later. We're about 2 years from the sunset of this work group. And it felt like it was time to say, instead of just looking really at kind of the bigger picture, kind of the long-term view of what are some of the objectives for the state as it relates to automated vehicles and CAT overall, to take a little bit more focused view and say, where should this work group be focusing in the next couple of years? What are some of the key objectives that this work group should be accomplishing before that sunset date to really position the state for success going beyond that? A lot of the discussion along this path since 2018 has been focused around testing, around kind of that overall CAV readiness kind of context. So we wanted to take a chance here to one, seed the conversation a little bit with that context around testing, to talk about kind of some of those challenges around readiness, to really have a discussion here going forward. We're going to do some live polling here. I'm going to share my screen to further that discussion with the group and try to set some priorities really for the near term for the duration of this group, if you will. So let me just share my screen here. So hopefully you can all see that. We're going to be going back to, we used Mentimeter last year and in the past. So hopefully this is fairly accessible to you. Certainly, you know, chime in if you're having trouble accessing it. But you know, it may, if you're on your computer for this meeting, it may work easiest to just go, you know, use your phone for this exercise. If you want to go to menti.com and then enter in the code at the top of the screen, and you will enter into the poll from there. So I'm going to give you a second to do that before I advance the screen to make sure that everybody has a chance to get the code. Although I think it may show on the next screen as well.
6. Sean or Sully, if you may, if I could perhaps ask you to enter it into the chat on the, I think it'll show up on the next screen, but I don't want to lose it. And I actually can't see it right now because the Zoom controls are obscuring it. So that'd be great. All right, well, hopefully everybody's had a chance to enter in. Let's go ahead and advance this if I can. Here we go. So let's just start, if we can get kind of that cross section of representation, what organization or agency you're representing. If we could start with that question. Okay, great, appreciate that. I think 18 is our magic number. So let's go ahead and move on from there. So we wanted to start with this pretty fundamental question. In your view, what should be the principal objective of the work group? So again, this really gets to the, what, you know, if you had to pick one thing, and I believe you'll be able to rank these in priority order, but if you had to pick one thing or the top few things, what do you feel like is most important for the work group to accomplish here? So we've seeded this with some answers related to attracting testing, related to preparing for near-term technology deployment,
long-term technology, with public awareness. We heard a lot about that in Blaine's presentation. Organizational changes within state government or other governments to prepare for this. Or, certainly if there's something else, enter in other, you're going to have a chance to kind of expound on that in a moment. So we'll just leave this for a minute, give everybody a chance to respond here. Great, we're just about there to our magic number, but so it looks like kind of that long-term technology deployment. So kind of view that as technology that's really not necessarily on road or commercially available today, but kind of that big picture view of CAT technology in the long term seems to be kind of out ahead, but with public awareness and communication is kind of a close second. So so interesting to see that. And we talked a lot about testing, of course, in the previous section, and that coming in a little bit down the line in terms of priorities. So good to know. So let me give a chance. If you did select other, we could ask you to just kind of type in or share thoughts. And I think while we're doing this, I think we can kind of pause perhaps as people are entering in answers to this as well, to kind of have some discussion on the results of that. Again, executive committee, anything that you want to share in terms of your thoughts, your reasoning behind selecting those priorities that we just saw on the last screen. Welcome anybody to share thoughts right now.
I might jump in here and just say I think it's interesting that if you look at both long-term and short-term deployment together, that's clearly a very strong focus for the group, really to focus on deployment, with other issues certainly being present and being important for the work, but overall take short and long-term deployment, maybe medium-term too. What the heck, and the work really should be focused on how do we prepare for deployment as this technology continues to move forward and get closer to that moment.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts here?
Yeah, I'll jump in for a second. I'll say, for our licensing subcommittee, seeing those ranked was actually extremely helpful in terms of knowing what to focus our energies on as we, do we continue to look at testing in other states and those models, or do we really want to start shifting our focus more to looking at deployment? So I really appreciate WSP and the Transportation Commission facilitating this, because it is that sort of direction that will help us know what to talk about when we get all the stakeholders together.
Great. Thanks, Bill. Well, some good feedback here as we, consider some of the other responses here. Some interesting responses here as well. Some responses around piloting, scenarios. I know we've talked about kind of scenario planning in the past. Gaps in infrastructure. So really still a pretty broad cross section.
Scott.
Secretary Millar, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Regarding the pilot program, like Utah, The legislature funded, I think it was Chair Fye in our budget, and we did a first mile, last mile pilot program. But rather than having us do it, we had a grant program, and a number of communities in Washington State are doing that work. And we'd be happy to bring the results of that back to the working group for its consideration.
Yeah, that's great. Absolutely welcome that. All right, last call. Any other thoughts on this question?
Scott, this is Yin-Hen Wang. I really like the presentation Blaine just made. I think the AV testing and the long-term preparation is a very complicated task. If we do not have anything physical, it's very hard for us to imagine, all pieces. So I would strongly recommend, we consider moving forward a pilot project in Washington, so we would understand everything much better.
Great. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on. I know we're running a little bit short on time here, so and so this really perfect segue, Dr. Wang, for this question. Do you feel that Washington State should invest in bringing or attracting AV testing to the state?
I think if it's an important goal for this committee and for the Transportation Commission, we need to consider what's the most efficient way for us to move forward. I think having a pilot would be a very physical and important first step.
Great. Looks like perhaps you're not alone, the way the votes are coming in around this. All right, so interesting, really helpful here to see this, significant tilt towards the investment as a strategy around this. I think really helpful to see here. Give another quick second. Okay, I think that's everybody. So good, again, helpful to kind of see that tilt there. Let's go ahead and move on. So continuing on this theme of testing, what do you think the primary objective in your mind would be of testing such as that? So could be, enhancing knowledge of your organization around what are the needs of AVs, informing policymaking, economic development, public awareness. Certainly we'll give another chance here to for another response in a minute, or is testing not important? Testing did not come out in that top 3 when we prioritized a minute ago. So interested in thoughts on that as well. So. All right, I think we're just about at our number here, so we can see policy making and improving public awareness really coming out on top here. And organizational knowledge in general, economic development a little bit lower. I know we've kind of talked about that previously as well, and still certainly some votes for testing not being an important objective necessarily to happen in Washington. So let's move on from that and give a chance for some of those observations. Other thoughts that you have here or certainly if you said that testing is not important, we'd love to hear your thoughts here. And again, let's open the mics as well for anybody that wants to share thoughts on this question. So some good thoughts coming in via the poll. Yes, Secretary Millar.
Yeah, thank you. I think when we think about testing, we ought to be thinking too about the economics. I mean, my colleague in Michigan is very involved in this, the director of the Michigan DOT. I wonder why. A lot of cars manufactured in Michigan, and they want to continue that way. So what is Washington's leverage? You know, we have the tech, we have the aviation. You know, if we're thinking about testing and deployment, we have PACCAR headquartered here. We should be thinking about it in the context of what plays to our strengths and what leverages our economy and what benefits our communities.
Yeah, great observation. Thank you. Other thoughts?
Echoing the Secretary's, you also have Peterbilt just across the river in Portland. So there could be an opportunities for the heavier duty type of testing, probably more so than light duty vehicles.
Yeah, great observation. And we see some of that here in some of these responses as well. And, you know, interesting observations in terms of really kind of identifying the gaps, understanding the infrastructure and workforce needs around AV. And you know, and an interesting point here, and maybe I'll throw this out for, we've got a little bit of time left here, kind of throw this out for discussion. Without testing, we will just be observers of others' work. And I think we've seen kind of in these last few responses, it seems like there is, you know, interest in making sure that testing is part of what's happening in Washington. But I think that's really kind of the open question: is Washington, you know, doing this and having this experience in state of importance to this group more so than potentially looking at what others have done? And drawing your conclusions from that. I think that's probably a, you know, kind of the underlying question to this whole thread in terms of how important testing in Washington is to reach those objectives. I don't know if anybody has thoughts on that. Yeah, Secretary Millar.
Yeah, we could spend money proving that the sky is blue in Washington State too, but I don't think we need to necessarily replicate testing that's been done elsewhere. We need to leverage it, and again, think to our strengths and what concerns our communities and the people who live here. We've heard a lot about vulnerable users, vulnerable people in the right of way. We've heard a lot about climate change. The testing, again, should be testing things that are of interest or concern to us. Detroit's testing cars. Great. We have a few people employed in the aviation industry. Maybe we should be doing some testing in that space.
Great. Any other thoughts on that? All right, well, let's keep moving here in the interest of time. So this is getting back to, we asked this question as part of the ranked order, but let's refocus on this again. Preparing for AVs, should the work group focus be more on early technologies? So think a more level 1 to 3 lower level technologies that are commercially available today, how to safely introduce them, focus around them, versus that longer term, the level 4 and 5 that we're not yet seeing, wide proliferation of. Clearly are going to have bigger impacts, but they're going to be longer term. Interested in thoughts here on where that focus should lie. Always interesting following the horse race to see how quickly it could change here, but it looks like as the numbers are coming in, we're still seeing kind of that long-term focus consistent to the previous question and how this lined up as that area of importance. Yeah, Bo, do you want to chime in on this?
Sure. What I'll say, at least from the licensing / regulatory perspective, is with regards to the new technology, I think, at least as I understand it, having been in all this for several years, it doesn't present that many regulatory issues to discuss, whereas the long term presents quite a lot. And somewhat to the issues on the last slide and questions, for us, I think it's trying to figure out, when we look at deployment and testing, what are we seeing in other states? And often the trend is as a light touch. And so it's an interesting issue from a regulatory side, because you want to attract testing, you want to make it a good place to test, but certainly you want safety. And then as you look to deployment, you've got certain pockets where it's starting to occur, but it's not often, from at least what I can tell, it's not accompanied by a really robust regulatory framework necessarily. You've got some things like in Arizona, people actually receiving rides, the public being able to receive rides. So that's one of the areas that I welcome feedback from other executive committee members on what is the most useful for this group, because I think one thing that we're struggling with is in terms of looking at policy decision making for the future, what is it that is going to be the biggest bang for the buck? We've got all this testing already going on. Do we start really focusing more on deployment and trying to get ready for that, or is that premature?
So great questions in there. I had Anna Zivarts next with the hand up, but I don't know if anybody had a response to that they wanted to chime in on while we're still on that point. Okay, if not, let's go to Anna.
Yeah, hi, this is Anna. Sort of going back to the previous question, actually, I've been thinking a lot about sidewalks lately. That's something that when we talk to folks throughout the state who can't drive currently, a big piece of what people care about and want to see improved. And so I think we're really interested in how we can leverage the interest in the last mile and delivery within urban environments or suburban environments to improve our pedestrian network. In Seattle, there's a project at UW right now, Dr. Anat Kaspi, that's doing a really detailed analysis of current accessibility barriers, including slopes and cracks and everything within the sidewalks in Seattle. And I think there's potential there to do more partnerships with, with companies that are interested in deploying delivery robots, because that sort of data set may not exist other places. And then figuring out ways to leverage that, to get the improvements, because I think it will end up not only, providing that perhaps more climate friendly delivery option for urban environments, but also improve accessibility for people who need to walk and roll around their communities. So that's something that I think we'd be really interested in seeing move forward.
Thank you, Anna.
Great, thank you.
Real quick, Scott. I
Yes.
see that Senator Mona Doss has joined us. Welcome, Senator. Did you have anything you'd like to say?
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me. I'm actually on vacation, so I just popped in to say hi. And sending you greetings from sunny Scottsdale. Thank you all for all your hard work. It was a great session. I think seems like a little too soon to be having Zoom meetings about legislation for me, but I'm happy to be here. It was a crazy session, as you all know, and I'm really grateful for your hard work. So thank you for getting up and going so quickly. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, Scott.
Great. I think Commissioner Batra had you next.
Yes, I do. I look at the level 4 and 5. There's a big gap between 4 and 5. 4 is almost here within a few years, and 5 is way far away. So there's really from the long-term point of view, there's a big gap between 4 and 5. And the trucking industry is getting ready and probably will be first ready to move forward with 4 in a few years or so, and 5 will take a long time. So perhaps the question would be early technology, midterm, and long-term. And we should be taking advantage of the midterm, which is a level 4 technology, and getting that employed as soon as possible so that general public can see how things are moving forward in that technology before we are really waiting for the 5 level technology available and for full implementation and deployment.
Great, thank you. Secretary Millar?
Yeah, thanks. Well, I think you need to look at both. I think we really ought to be focusing on the short term. The long-term stuff, you talk to the scientists, they're all 99.99% of the way there, which, if you're climbing Mount Everest, if you get to the base camp, you're 99.99% of the way there. All you've got left to do is climb the mountain. So it's going to be a while, but the short-term stuff, the reality in Washington State is that last year, 540 people died on our highways, and it cost our economy $15 billion. And there's technology out there now that could change that dynamic, and we really ought to be focused on that. And the focus of this group, I know the legislature said it's connected and autonomous vehicles, but the other automated technologies, the CAT part of this, mobility on demand in particular, is something that's ready to deploy now that we've successfully piloted, that is for people regardless of their status as drivers of cars or passengers in cars, because it works for people on the first mile of their trip, the last mile of their trip, and gives people options to auto ownership. So I think there are other places we should be looking, but I think given the economic consequences and the tragedy of the lack of safety in our system, particularly again for vulnerable users, we ought to be focused on right now and spend some effort on that later stuff, but that shouldn't really be the focus. Thanks.
Thank you for that. And I think you really hit on a follow-up that I was going to do there in terms of even the practicality of tackling some of the long-term issues. There's so much not known how quickly can that be acted on versus the importance of some of the things that are a little bit more, early near-term types of technologies there. So Annabelle Chang.
Yes, thank you. And I wanted to follow up on Commissioner Batra's comments and say that we agree with them. I think there's one area that I'd like to distinguish here too in the way we use terminology. So here we use the term early technology as identifying level 1 to 3, and then long-term as level 4 and above. But how, for example, Waymo views it is not that level 1 to 3 is early technology, but rather that it is driver assistance. And then that the level 4 and 5 is full automation. And so it's not that that is sort of long-term and sort of into the future. I mean, as I think some folks have said, Waymo is up and running for the public in full automation level 4. So I just want to distinguish that because that's it's a different understanding of early versus long-term, and of course, driver assist versus full automation.
No, fair point. Good clarification. Appreciate that. Dr. Wang?
Thanks, Scott. I would support what Roger just mentioned. I think we have different kinds of technology. what is already on our road, I think something we should start and immediately take the benefit. For level 5, there's still a lot of research uncertainty. And this group, I assume we get together, try to solve some problem rather than wait until some years later. And we don't know even how long we have to wait.
Great. Thank you. Tom Alberg.
Yeah, I would say on the safety point, if everybody was using level 3, I assume, that would cut down on accidents and death. So, I'm really more interested in how we move to level 4, because I think that's a big, important jump. But, I can drive to Bellingham, basically putting it in level 3 on a Tesla, I think, and I'm probably safer the whole way than if I didn't. So, I think it'd be worthwhile to see what's the impact of kind of accelerating or implementing level 3. A lot of vehicles are going to have level 3 capabilities, and already have them, I think. So I do think it relates to safety. And then level 4, I think that's probably where pilots, you can look at the Waymo effort as pilots, and what can we do to kind of encourage or set aside roads or areas to accelerate pilots, both of passengers and trucking.
Great. Thank you for that. Well, in the interest of time, I know we're running short on time. I think we've got one more question here that we wanted to put out to you related to public awareness. We can continue the conversation here while people are answering, but wanted to ask this question around public awareness and communication, kind of what should be the primary objective in that regard. So understanding public concerns related to AVs, improving the understanding of traffic and safety implications of AVs, addressing misconceptions, and increasing public acceptance, kind of a range of responses here that we've thrown out. So again, just welcome while we're answering this. Any thoughts on this one, and or any of our kind of previous questions here as we round out this segment? Mr. Chair, I know we're long, so we'll round out here in just a second.
No worries, sir. I think we're okay.
Okay, so it looks like with good numbers in here, understanding public concerns and improving understanding of potential traffic and safety implications of AVs kind of coming out on top here. It's great, this is helpful. All right, well, I think we are, we're just about here on voting on this one. I'm going to go ahead and switch. I think this may have been our last question. Yeah. So, so thank you all very much for your input through the poll, for the discussion topics. I think this was hugely helpful to really kind of focus the group on some objectives here. So this is kind of similar to last summer when we did an exercise like this. I think we're gonna really now take this and kind of distill the feedback that we got, and use this to help create some more specific objectives that we can really help provide some more focused direction to the subcommittees to accomplish here and bring this forward to you again at our next meeting for discussion around that as we kind of focus those energies going forward. So so that's really was our objective today. I think we got a lot of great feedback to get there, and look forward to sharing more of this with you as we move forward. So with that, Mr. Chair, I will turn it back to you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Scott. Now I'd like to encourage all exec committee members to turn on your camera. This is the open forum. Any items members would like to bring up or discuss, the floor is open. Just get my acknowledgement. Do we have anything from anyone? Anything for the good of the order? I don't see anything. I don't see anything in the Bob. Great job, everyone. Great job on the presentations. I know of no other business to come before this body and would adjourn the meeting if there is no objection. Seeing no objection, so ordered. We are adjourned as of 1:41 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
you.